Queen of Thieves, Sonya Golden Hand and the Making of a Criminal Legend. Written by Alana Sanchez. Copyright 2026 Alana Sanchez. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, edited, copied, altered, printed, shared, unauthorized storage on electronic devices, or distributed without written permission of the author. Author's note. Sonya Golden Hand survives in a difficult space between documented life and criminal legend. This book has been written in full awareness of that difficulty. The surviving record does not offer a seamless biography. It offers fragments, official traces, later recollections, repeated anecdotes, cultural retellings, and the long afterlife of a woman whose name became larger than the certainty available about every detail of her life. Where possible, this narrative has treated Sonya as a historical subject grounded in the Russian imperial world that produced her. Where certainty thins, it has tried not to disguise uncertainty as fact. The aim has not been to strip away every legend in search of a falsely pure woman beneath it. No such woman can be cleanly recovered from the surviving material. Nor has the aim been to surrender to myth simply because myth is vivid. Instead, this book has tried to follow both the woman and the legend, and to show how they became entangled. How a criminal life built on performance, movement, class fluency, and feminine social intelligence was reshaped by police, punishment, public memory, and later storytelling into something larger and less stable than biography alone. Sonya's life belongs to true crime, but also to social history, women's history, and the history of criminal celebrity. A dry catalogue of dates and charges would not adequately convey the world she moved through. The hotels, trains, jewelers' shops, registers, corridors, servants, clerks, rumors, punishments, and distances that made her possible. At the same time, narrative carries its own dangers. It can overstate coherence. It can smooth uncertainty. It can make a life appear more inevitable than it was. Wherever possible, this book has tried to resist those temptations. Sonya has too often been treated as ornament, warning, fantasy, or moral emblem. Here she has been treated first as a historical woman shaped by conditions, then as a criminal actor within those conditions, and finally as a cultural figure repeatedly used by later generations. A final word is necessary about tone. Sonya's crimes were often remembered through elegance, style, and social humiliation rather than overt brutality. That memory can tempt admiration. This book does not deny that some readers may feel the pull of her intelligence, audacity, or command of performance. But it does not ask the reader to excuse her. Confidence theft is not harmless because it is refined. Nor does the severity of imperial punishment erase the harm she inflicted. Both truths belong in the same frame. If this book has succeeded, it has done something modest but necessary. Returned proportion to a woman from whom proportion was repeatedly stolen. She was not only a legend. She was not only a criminal file. She was not only a queen in memory or a convict in decline. She was a woman moving through a century that taught her how power looked, and she learned with unusual force how to wear it. Preface. There are some criminals whose names survive because of what they did, and others whose names survive because of what people needed them to mean. Sofia Ivanovna Blyavstein, remembered across the Russian Empire and long after it as Sonya Golden Hand, belonged to the second kind. Thief, imposter, escape artist, society woman, convict, legend. Each title attached itself to her with such persistence that over time, the woman herself became harder to see than the glittering outline left behind. By the time the name Sonya Golden Hand settled into public memory, it had already begun to harden into something theatrical. She was said to glide through hotels and railway carriages in silks and jewels, to speak with refinement, to disarm suspicion with elegance, and to leave the wealthy bewildered and humiliated in her wake. She was described as a genius of deception, a queen among thieves, a woman whose greatest weapon was not force but performance. In later tellings she became almost untouchable, too clever to be caught for long, too beautiful to be forgotten, too singular to be reduced to the ordinary language of police reports and prison records. But criminal legend is rarely interested in proportion. It thrives on exaggeration, on selective memory, on the irresistible temptation to turn a life into a parable. Women who break the law have often been treated in extremes. Monster or temptress, fool or mastermind, victim or villain. In Sonya's case, the legend fed on all of these at once. She was romanticized because she stole rather than killed. She was sensationalized because she moved through male spaces of money, travel, risk, and crime with unnerving skill. She was memorialized because she made theft appear, at least from a distance, like an art. This book begins where the legend becomes useful but not trustworthy. The Sonya Golden Hand who entered popular imagination was dazzling, calculating, elusive. The woman who emerges from the surviving evidence is still remarkable, but she is also more human, more contradictory, and more exposed to the brutal machinery of her time than the myth allows. She belonged to the underworld, but she also belonged to a century obsessed with class, appearance, status, and reinvention. She lived in a world where rail travel collapsed distance, where hotels and boulevards created new stages for anonymity, where luxury goods could be displayed, coveted, and stolen, and where a clever woman might use the expectations placed upon her not as a constraint, but as a disguise. To write about Sonya is therefore to write about more than theft. It is to write about surfaces, dresses, manners, hotel lobbies, jewelry cases, forged identities, polished speech, and the social power of those surfaces in the late 19th century. It is to write about cities that grew rich enough to create new opportunities for deception, and anxious enough to be haunted by the people who could move through them unseen. It is to write about the fascination provoked by a woman who did not merely transgress the law, but did so with style, intelligence, and apparent control. And it is to write about the uneasy pleasure the public has always taken in criminals who seem to expose the vanity of the powerful. Yet beneath the spectacle lay a harsher truth. However elegant the stories later became, the world that produced Sonya was not romantic. It was a world of police surveillance, prison transport, exile, informants, anti-Semitism, poverty, forged papers, unstable loyalties, and the constant vulnerability of those living by wit rather than security. It was a world in which a woman could construct herself repeatedly because the alternative was to be trapped by the social and legal categories into which she had been born. Reinvention might look glamorous from the outside. From within, it was often perilous, exhausting work. There is a temptation when approaching a figure like Sonya to decide in advance what kind of woman she must have been. The archive does not reward that certainty. It offers fragments, arrests, aliases, courtroom traces, later memoirs, journalistic embellishments, literary reflections, and the observations of men who encountered either the criminal or her legend and then shaped both to their own purposes. Those fragments do not form a neat portrait. They resist clean moral arrangement. They refuse, in many places, to answer the most basic questions with comfort. That is not a failure of the story. It is the story. True crime has often been written as though the task were simply to arrange facts in sequence and call the result truth. But lives like Sonya's make that impossible. She was not only investigated by authorities, she was also invented by them, by reporters, by readers, by the criminal folklore of the empire, and by the generations that followed. To tell her story honestly means acknowledging both the documented crime and the mythology that clustered around it. The purpose of this book is not to strip away every legend in the hope of finding a pure and uncomplicated subject beneath. No such subject exists. The purpose is to examine how a woman became a criminal celebrity, what conditions made that celebrity possible, and what her life reveals about gender, class, ambition, punishment, and performance in an empire built on hierarchy and spectacle. The title Queen of Thieves is therefore both description and question. Was Sonya truly exceptional, or was she made exceptional by the culture that could not stop staring at her? Did she rise because she possessed rare brilliance, or because modern urban life had created a new kind of criminal stage on which brilliance, audacity, and illusion could flourish? Did the public remember her because she was dangerous, or because she transformed theft into a story the respectable classes could not stop telling about themselves? These questions matter because Sonya's story sits at the intersection of fascination and discomfort. Wealthy travelers, jewelers, hotel keepers, police officers, prison administrators, journalists, and ordinary readers all had reasons to narrate her in particular ways. To some she was proof of moral decay. To others she was a perverse object of admiration. To still others she was evidence that class itself could be imitated, worn like fabric, and therefore stolen. If elegance could be performed, then perhaps respectability could too. A woman like Sonya threatened more than property. She threatened confidence in the visible signs by which the 19th century judged worth. That may be one reason her crimes lingered in memory longer than the records alone can explain. Murderers terrify, But thieves who humiliate the powerful provoke a different and often more enduring cultural response. They expose the fragility of systems that depend upon appearances, the assumption that wealth looks secure, that status can be recognized on sight, that a well-dressed woman in the right place must belong there. Sonya's legend flourished because she seemed to mock those assumptions at their source. There is also the question of sympathy. Readers have long been encouraged to feel a dangerous affection for stylish criminals, particularly those whose offenses are framed as bloodless, intelligent, or directed upward. Sonya benefited from this tradition, though not evenly and not without distortion. The same culture that admired her daring also reduced her to stereotype. The same stories that praised her nerve often fetishized her femininity, her Jewishness, her mystery, and her supposed powers of seduction. The further she traveled into legend, the more she became available for projection. Admiration and prejudice sat side by side. This book does not ask the reader to excuse her. Theft on the scale attributed to Sonya was not harmless, and criminal glamour can too easily conceal the wreckage it leaves behind. Ruined trust, financial loss, fear, betrayal, opportunism, and the long attrition of living among people who use intimacy as strategy. Nor does this book ask the reader to accept every accusation ever made against her. The record is too unstable for that. Instead, it asks the reader to remain with complexity, to consider what it meant for a woman in the Russian Empire to fashion herself into a professional thief, to understand the environments that rewarded such audacity, and to follow the line between invention and evidence as far as it can be traced. The movement of this story is not only upward into notoriety but outward across the social and geographic spaces that made Sonya possible. It passes through the bustling worlds of commerce, travel, lodging houses, rail stations, and luxury exchange. It enters courtrooms and police files. It follows the machinery of punishment eastward into exile. It pauses, too, at the point where the legendary thief, once imagined in satin and diamonds, appears at the far end of empire, diminished, watched, confined, and mortal. That contrast is central to her story. Criminal celebrity often depends upon distance. Distance from the victims, distance from the body, distance from the prison cell. Sonya's life narrowed that distance. The myth promised glamour. The empire delivered degradation. And still she endured in memory. Not because memory is accurate, but because memory is hungry. It seeks stories that satisfy emotional patterns more than historical truth. Sonya could be made to stand for female cunning, social mobility, ethnic otherness, urban modernity, criminal ingenuity, moral decline, erotic danger, and the seduction of appearances, sometimes all at once. She could be pitted, condemned, admired, or embellished according to the needs of the teller. To trace her life is therefore to trace the anxieties of the society that produced her fame. This is a true crime narrative, but it is also a study in criminal afterlife. It follows the woman where the evidence allows and studies the legend where the evidence fails. It takes seriously the material realities of theft and punishment while also taking seriously the cultural machinery that elevated one thief above countless others whose names disappeared into ledgers and dust. Sonya did not survive merely as a defendant or convict. She survived as a story. The task is to understand why. There are, in the end, only a few ways history permits certain women to remain visible. Some are preserved because they suffered. Some because they ruled. Some because they transgressed so memorably that society could not look away. Sonya Golden Hand belonged to the last category, but even that visibility came at a cost. To become unforgettable, she had to be remade again and again, until the woman and the performance were nearly indistinguishable. What follows is an attempt to move carefully through that blur. Not to rescue Sonya from judgment. Not to polish her into a heroine. Not to flatten her into cautionary example. But to place her back into the dangerous, theatrical, unequal world that made her legible, and to examine how a thief became a queen. The woman at the center of this story stole jewels, identities, access, and trust. The legend that followed her stole something as well: proportion, certainty, and at times the woman herself. Between those two thefts lies the narrative of this book. It begins, as so many criminal legends do, with a name bright enough to survive the dark. Introduction. Long before the newspapers, memoirists, dramatists, and popular historians made her glitter, Sonya Golden Hand existed in the harsher register of ordinary criminal life. Aliases spoken into police rooms, names copied into ledgers, rumors passed between hotel staff, descriptions supplied by those who had watched valuables disappear and reputations crack with them. Before she became a legend, she was a problem. Before she was admired, she was pursued. Before she was called a queen, she was a woman moving quickly through a world that preferred women to stay visible, legible, and in place. That she failed to do so, or refused to, is one reason she endured. The 19th century produced many thieves, swindlers, forgers, and confidence tricksters. It also produced the modern appetite for criminal celebrity. Expanding cities, rail networks, luxury commerce, illustrated journalism, mass readership, imperial bureaucracy, and increasingly sophisticated police systems all helped transform crime from local disruption into public spectacle. A theft in one city could echo across an empire. An arrest could become a moral lesson, a cautionary tale, or a piece of entertainment. A criminal with style, nerve, and narrative usefulness might travel further in print than she ever traveled in life. Sonya emerged at precisely that meeting point, where theft became story and story became myth. This book is not concerned only with whether Sonya deserved her fame. It is concerned with how fame of that kind was made. The woman remembered as Sonya Goldenhand has often been presented as though she stepped fully formed into the world. Elegant, cunning, audacious, gifted with nerve enough to unsettle jewelers, hotel keepers, guards, and wealthy travelers alike. In such retellings, she does not develop so much as dazzle. She appears as a finished performance. That is the privilege of legend. It removes apprenticeship, hunger, compromise, fear, repetition, failure, and chance. It leaves only polish. Yet no criminal career begins in polish. It begins in circumstance, pressure, experiment, appetite, and the gradual discovery of what a person can make happen when she stops obeying the ordinary boundaries of conduct. To understand Sonya, then, it is necessary to begin not with the finished legend, but with the conditions that made a woman like her possible. She belonged to a century of movement. Roads improved, trains accelerated, ports thickened with trade, hotels filled with strangers, and cities created new opportunities for both aspiration and deceit. Wealth no longer sat only in old aristocratic houses under the watch of familiar servants. It traveled in trunks, jewel cases, handbags, railway compartments, hotel rooms, and private apartments rented for short seasons. The circulation of people and goods created a new vulnerability. One could be robbed not only in darkness or at knife point, but in daylight, amid etiquette, in places meant to signify refinement and safety. Theft adapted to modernity. Learned to wear gloves. This mattered especially in the urban worlds through which Sonya moved. The city of the late 19th century rewarded observation. It required reading surfaces quickly. Clothing, posture, accent, luggage, servants, visiting cards, gestures of confidence, habits of spending. These were not superficial details. They were the grammar of class. To misread them was embarrassing. To imitate them successfully was powerful. A woman who could enter an expensive space and seem to belong there acquired access before she ever touched a jewel. This is one of the central facts of Sonya's world. Appearance was never merely decorative. It was operational. The crimes attributed to Sonya were therefore not simply acts of taking. They were acts of interpretation and performance. They depended upon judging what others expected to see, then giving it to them in a form polished enough to disarm suspicion. A respectable lady. A wealthy traveler. A client of taste. A woman in need of assistance. A woman too composed to be doubted. Such roles were social protections for those properly entitled to them. In Sonya's hands they became instruments. This alone would have made her memorable. But memory rarely settles on utility alone. It prefers contradiction. Sonya was a thief in a culture that attached femininity to domesticity, dependence, softness, and moral influence. However false those ideals were in practice, they still carried force. A woman who stole professionally did more than break the law. She violated a social fiction. She suggested that grace could conceal appetite, that charm could serve calculation, that a woman might understand systems of status not in order to uphold them but to plunder them. She was threatening precisely because she appeared to move within the language of gentility while emptying it of trust. That threat, however, was not interpreted evenly. Like many female offenders before and after her, Sonya was read through a series of familiar and distorting lenses. She could be represented as temptress, actress, corrupter, trickster, degenerate, deviant, or marvel. If she displayed intelligence, it was often sexualized. If she displayed boldness, it was stylized. If she displayed endurance, it was turned into spectacle. For a male criminal, competence might be treated as evidence of discipline or audacity. For a woman, the same competence invited fascination edged with anxiety. She had not only done what she should not do, she had done it well. There is another layer still. Sonya's life unfolded within the Russian Empire, a vast and unequal political world shaped by bureaucracy, coercion, social hierarchy, ethnic prejudice, regional diversity, and enormous distances. To write about crime in that setting is to write not merely about individual wrongdoing, but about the structures that named, pursued, and punished it. The empire kept records. It moved prisoners. It relied on surveillance, categorization, and force. Yet, like all such systems, it also depended upon interpretation, inconsistency, rumor, and human weakness. A gifted criminal could exploit those weaknesses for a time. A gifted legend could exploit them for generations. The Russian Empire also provided the conditions for another part of Sonya's afterlife: the production of criminal folklore. A figure like Sonya did not remain confined to judicial language. She passed into anecdote, popular storytelling, literary reflection, and urban memory. Her crimes were repeated, sharpened, embroidered, and moralized. She became useful to different audiences for different reasons. To some she represented decadence and decay. To others she embodied glamour, daring, and wit. To still others she offered a fantasy of revenge against wealth, pomposity, or masculine authority. These meanings do not sit neatly together. That is precisely why they endured. A difficulty follows from this. The more famous Sonya became, the less stable the story grew. What survives about her is a mixture of archival trace and narrative sediment. Some details appear grounded. Others were almost certainly reshaped in the telling. Dates conflict. Motives blur. Incidents multiply suspiciously. Secondary accounts repeat one another until repetition masquerades as proof. Certain scenes survive because they are vivid, not because they are verifiable. Such instability can frustrate the historian, but it also reveals something important. Sonya's fame cannot be separated from the processes that distorted her. She was remembered not despite embellishment but through it. This book takes that instability seriously. It does not treat uncertainty as an inconvenience to be hidden beneath confident prose. Nor does it surrender to romance merely because romance is easier to read than ambiguity. Where the evidence is firm, it will be followed. Where the evidence is thin, it will be identified as thin. Where the legend overtakes the record, the legend itself becomes part of the subject, not an obstacle to it. Sonya is worth studying not only because of what she did, but because of what people kept saying she did, and what those stories allowed the culture around her to imagine. That approach matters especially in true crime, a form that has too often mistaken tone for authority. Criminal narratives are peculiarly vulnerable to retrospective tidying. Motives are simplified. Scenes are sharpened. Villains and victims are arranged into moral clarity. Yet the lives that pass through police files are rarely so coherent. Sonya's life resists coherence at almost every turn. That resistance is not a problem to be solved by flattening her into symbol. It is a historical reality to be preserved. Preserving that complexity does not mean evacuating judgment. Theft has victims. Fraud corrodes trust. Criminal glamour has always had a way of flattering the spectator while obscuring the cost paid by others. Jewels stolen from the rich still belong to someone. Money tricked from the complacent did not vanish into abstraction. False intimacy, false status, and false need all leave damage behind. A stylish criminal is not less criminal for being stylish. This book does not forget that. What it refuses is the opposite simplification. The assumption that once an offense is named, the life attached to it requires no further thought. Sonya invites further thought because she seems even now to embody several stories at once. She is a story about class, because her crimes depended on reading and reproducing elite codes of behavior. She is a story about gender, because her notoriety emerged from the spectacle of a woman mastering spheres from which women were formally or culturally excluded. She is a story about modernity because mobility, urban anonymity, commodity culture, and the circulation of strangers made her methods possible. She is a story about punishment, because the same empire that allowed her movement eventually demonstrated its power through confinement, transport, and exile. She is a story about storytelling itself, because the criminal known to history is inseparable from the criminal manufactured by print, memory, and desire. The title Queen of Thieves belongs to that last category as much as any other. It is an evocative phrase, but it is also a revealing one. Queens are not merely powerful, they are elevated, staged, symbolically charged. To crown a thief is to do more than describe her skill. It is to place her in a hierarchy of fascination. It is to admit, however reluctantly, that she compelled attention. Yet it is also to transform her into a figure larger, cleaner, and more singular than any real person could be. A queen can be contemplated at a distance. A woman cannot. The title therefore announces the book's central tension. It acknowledges the legend while refusing to disappear into it. That tension becomes sharper the further the story moves from glitter to consequence. The famous Sonya of anecdote slips through hotel corridors, dazzles clerks, deceives jewelers, and turns social vanity into opportunity. The Sonya encountered at the far edge of punishment is another figure entirely, no longer the effortless apparition of urban rumor, but a body under discipline, a criminal under watch, a woman subject to fatigue, degradation, and the empire's appetite for attrition. Such contrasts are not incidental. They expose the mechanics of criminal celebrity. Society is often eager to adorn the transgressor while she is clever enough to entertain and distant enough to romanticize. It is less eager to look at the worn-out convict after the story has exacted its price. And yet that later image matters perhaps more than any sparkling anecdote. It restores scale, places theft back inside time. It reminds the reader that even the most storied outlaw lives in a mortal body under material conditions. The jewels, disguises, aliases, gestures, and performances do not abolish the prison cart, the cell, the journey east, the bureaucratic signature, the watching guard, or the simple exhaustion of being trapped at last within a system one once evaded. Sonya's story has often been loved for its sheen. It deserves to be understood for its abrasion. There is also the matter of origin, though origin in criminal biography is always more difficult than it appears. Readers are often promised beginnings that explain everything. A deprivation, a seduction, a trauma, a first theft, an early lie, a moment at which the future criminal could somehow have been recognized in embryo. Such beginnings are satisfying because they offer design. Real lives seldom cooperate. Early experience matters certainly, but not as a neat prophecy. In Sonya's case, as in so many others, the temptation to manufacture inevitability must be resisted. She was not born a legend, nor born an explanation. She was formed through contingencies, decisions, opportunities, pressures, talents, and the environments through which she moved. The task is not to discover a single key that unlocks her. It is to trace the accumulating logic by which her life became what it did. That tracing requires patience with contradiction. A woman may be strategic and desperate, manipulative and vulnerable, theatrical and practical, admired and despised, all within the same year or the same afternoon. Criminal women have especially often been denied this complexity. They are either sentimentalized into victims of circumstance or hardened into predatory caricatures. Sonya has suffered both fates. Neither is adequate. Whatever else she was, she appears to have been resourceful, adaptive, observant, and willing to exploit the weaknesses of others. These qualities do not make her admirable in any simple sense. They make her legible as a professional offender. They also make her historically interesting. So too does the reaction she inspired. The outrage surrounding certain crimes tells us as much about social nerves as about the offenses themselves. Sonya's apparent ability to enter elite spaces and manipulate their assumptions struck at anxieties deeper than property loss alone. Wealth wanted to imagine itself insulated by discernment. Respectability wanted to imagine itself recognizable. Masculine authority wanted to imagine itself unfold. A woman who could pass among all three and convert their confidence into opportunity unsettled the very optics of status. She suggested that class, like costume, might be worn convincingly enough to deceive those most invested in its authenticity. For this reason, Sonya is not only a criminal subject but a cultural one. She exposes the fragility of social reading in an age obsessed with surfaces. She reveals how much 19th century life depended upon quick judgments of trustworthiness, breeding, refinement, and propriety. She demonstrates, too, how criminal skill could consist not in brute force but in superior literacy of the social world. the ability to interpret, mimic, and redirect other people's expectations before they knew they were vulnerable. Readers may feel at times the pull of admiration. That response is not unusual, and the book does not deny it. To follow a gifted thief through systems of vanity and complacency is to experience a certain illicit pleasure. But that pleasure must be handled with care. The public has long forgiven what it would condemn in uglier form. It has romanticized upward theft while overlooking collateral damage. It has mistaken elegance for ethics. One purpose of this book is to examine that temptation rather than simply repeat it. Another purpose is to restore historical atmosphere without surrendering to decorative nostalgia. The world around Sonya was visually rich, socially stratified, commercially energetic, and politically severe. Its trains, boulevards, shops, inns, prisons, and administrative corridors mattered not as backdrop but as machinery. Crime occurs somewhere. Punishment occurs somewhere. Reputation circulates somewhere. The spaces of Sonya's life shaped what could be stolen, who could be deceived, how far one could flee, and what awaited when movement ran out. Setting here is not ornament. It is evidence. The chapters that follow proceed with that understanding. They treat Sonya neither as an untouchable icon nor as a curiosity to be displayed under glass. They place her within the moving systems of the 19th century. Commerce, travel, policing, gendered expectation, urban performance, criminal networking, and imperial punishment. Where possible, they distinguish event from embellishment. Where distinction proves impossible, they examine why the embellishment took hold. At every stage, the aim is not merely to recount crimes, but to ask what kind of world made those crimes possible, memorable, and narratable in the forms that have survived. This is, in the end, a story about theft in more than one sense. Sonya stole valuables, opportunities, trust, and access. But the century that remembered her also stole from her, remaking a woman into an emblem. It extracted glamour from danger, legend from uncertainty, archetype from individual life. To write about her now is to work between those competing acts of taking. The theft she committed and the theft of proportion committed by the legend that followed. Somewhere between them, imperfectly preserved, stands the woman herself. He is not easy to recover. He does not sit still in the record. He passes under different names, through different cities, across different tellings. She is refracted by prejudice, embroidery, police suspicion, literary fascination, and retrospective desire. But difficulty is not a reason to turn away. It is the reason to look harder. For what is at stake in Sonya Goldenhand is not merely the fate of one thief. It is the question of how societies create female criminal celebrity, how class can be imitated and therefore threatened, how gender expectations can be weaponized, how empires punish those who move too freely through their hierarchies, and how stories, once loosed into public life, can outlast facts without ever quite replacing them. The legend says she floated through the century in silk and cunning. The record suggests something more difficult, more interesting, and more human. That is where this book begins. Chapter 1. Before the name. Long before the title, before the anecdotes, before the stories polished themselves into legend, there was only a woman whose beginning resists clean recovery. This is often the first difficulty with famous criminals. Their lives survive not because they were carefully preserved, but because they were repeatedly retold. The retelling comes later, once the name has gathered force, and when it comes it reaches backwards with hungry hands. It wants signs. It wants origin scenes. It wants the little early omen that will make everything else seem inevitable. A child lies beautifully. A girl steals trinkets. A young woman learns too quickly how power bends. Whether such details are true becomes less important in the telling than whether they satisfy the need for design. The notorious woman must appear to have been on her way all along. But lives are not built that neatly, and the life that would later harden into Sonya Goldenhand was not born already carrying its own interpretation. The woman later remembered under that glittering criminal name entered the world as Sofia Ivanovna Blyavstein, though even the apparent firmness of such a statement conceals the instability that would haunt her story from the beginning. Dates, places, family details, and early circumstances have never settled around her with the obedient clarity historians prefer. Some of this is the ordinary decay of time. Some belongs to the distortions of criminal biography. Some belongs to the nature of the world through which she moved, a world in which papers existed but did not settle everything, in which identity could be formal and slippery at once, and in which women especially might pass through marriage, dependency, movement, and reinvention in ways that left uneven traces behind them. That uncertainty is not a flaw in the story. It is part of the story. To write about Sophia before she became Sonya is to stand at the threshold of a life already clouded by the effects of later notoriety. One sees outlines before details. One sees the century more clearly than the child. This is not unusual. When certain women become famous through crime, they are often preserved first as disruption, only later as people. Institutions care about them when they offend. Newspapers care when they fascinate. The public cares when the life can be shaped into something useful. A warning, an entertainment, a social insult, a fantasy of reversal. What lies before these uses must be reconstructed from fragments and pressures rather than from the warm continuity of intimate record. Still, the century into which Sophia was born can be seen plainly enough, and it matters. 19th century Russia was a world of enormous distance and tight constraint, of splendor and brutality, of bureaucracy and improvisation, of old hierarchies under new pressure. The empire stretched over immense geographies, linking capitals, provincial towns, trading routes, estates, military structures, penal systems, minority communities, and swelling urban centers through an apparatus that was at once powerful and uneven. It could record, classify, punish, and transport. It could also lose, delay, misread, or fail to control the movement of human lives in the spaces between its own ambitions. This tension between reach and weakness shaped almost everything. For the privileged, the empire offered rank, inherited position, visible markers of stability, and access to systems designed to confirm their place. For the poor, the marginal, the displaced, the minor urban dweller, the woman without secure protection, it offered something harsher. Exposure to institutions one could rarely influence, dependence on relationships that might fail, vulnerability to disgrace, and constant pressure to remain legible in acceptable ways. Respectability was not merely moral language. It was infrastructure. It determined who could move safely, who could be trusted, who could be received, who could recover from misfortune, who might be believed, and who might disappear beneath suspicion. For women, this pressure was acute. The respectable woman of the 19th century did not exist as an independent social unit in the modern sense. Her safety, name, and material position were ordinarily mediated through family, marriage, household, and the judgment of others. A woman belonged somewhere, and that belonging was expected to be visible. A daughter belonged under paternal authority. A wife belonged under a husband's name. A widow belonged to a recognizable condition of loss and dependency. Even women who moved with confidence did so inside a system that preferred female identity to remain relational, explained, contained. To slip loose from those relations was dangerous. To be cast loose from them was worse. This did not mean women lacked intelligence or maneuvering power. Quite the opposite. It meant that many forms of female intelligence developed under pressure rather than freedom. To survive, one often had to read men quickly, read rooms quickly, read danger before it announced itself, read tone, money, clothing, hesitation, invitation, insult, impatience, appetite. One learned what sort of woman a situation required and what penalty followed if that requirement was misjudged. Respectability might be preached as virtue, but in practice it often functioned as a code of successful presentation. Women who lacked the wealth to rest securely inside that code still had to understand it. Some did more than understand it. This was the world teaching Sophia before she was ever in a position to profit from what it taught. The Russian Empire of the mid to late 19th century was also a world in motion. This mattered enormously. A century earlier, identity had been more stubbornly bound to place in ways difficult for modern readers to feel instinctively. By Sophia's time, the rhythms of movement had altered. Trade was intensifying. Urban life was changing. Rail travel was expanding. Provincial populations fed metropolitan ones with labor, ambition, goods, and need. Hotels, station culture, commercial interiors, temporary lodgings, public luxury, and transient forms of anonymity began to shape how wealth and status were displayed. Not everyone moved equally. Not everyone benefited equally. But movement itself had become one of the facts of the age. Movement unsettles certainty. A person known in one town may arrive in another reduced to clothing, speech, luggage, and demeanor. A name written in a register may not carry the full weight of a life behind it. A woman entering a hotel or shop can be read only through what she appears to be in that moment unless stronger knowledge intervenes. This is not yet crime. It is simply the condition from which certain forms of crime can emerge. An empire growing more mobile creates both opportunity and vulnerability. It produces strangers who can imitate belonging and institutions forced to decide quickly whether a stranger should be trusted. For a later criminal like Sonya, these conditions would become indispensable. For the young Sophia, they formed the atmosphere in which thought itself was trained. One must be careful here not to invent melodrama where evidence does not support it. There is always a temptation, when writing the beginnings of a notorious woman, to sharpen every hardship into prophecy. A difficult marriage becomes the making of a schemer. A poor domestic arrangement becomes the embryo of criminal nerve. A disappointment becomes the moment innocence curdles. Such writing flatters the shape of narrative but insults the complexity of life. Hardship does not automatically produce brilliance, and precarity does not automatically produce crime. Many women endured constrained, unhappy, unstable conditions without becoming anything like Sonya Golden Hand. Yet conditions matter even when they do not determine. A woman born into a rigid and unequal society, entering adulthood under the pressures of money, status, family dependence, and the need to remain socially legible, learns early that the world is not arranged by truth alone. It is arranged by recognition. Others decide what they think you are, and their decision has consequences. A woman thought respectable may be received, assisted, deferred to, forgiven, and protected. A woman thought suspect may be blocked, watched, handled, or discarded. Between the two lies not always a change in substance, but often a change in surface. Name, clothing, tone, confidence, relation, timing. This is one of the quiet brutalities of hierarchical life. It teaches by repetition that appearance is not frivolous. Appearance is permission. Whether Sophia grasped this as theory is impossible to say. That she grasped it in practice later and powerfully seems beyond doubt. Before that later life emerged, however, she was still only one woman among many moving through a world in which women's options were narrow and their failures costly. To imagine her correctly at this stage requires refusing the glamour that will later attach itself to her. She was not yet the cool phantom of jewelers' counters or the exquisitely self-possessed traveler of criminal folklore. She had not yet been crowned by memory or turned into an emblem of elegant theft. She belonged instead to the difficult middle ground from which many dangerous people emerge. Not secure enough to rest, not powerless enough to be simple, not free enough to act without cost, but alive inside a system full of codes waiting to be learned. That world was richly instructive for anyone inclined to study it. Class in 19th century Russia, as elsewhere in Europe, did not announce itself through money alone. It lived in gesture, handling, self-possession, fabric, phrasing, expectations of service, confidence with interiors, and the apparently effortless management of small social rituals. Some people inherited this fluency. Others acquired fragments of it through service, observation, imitation, ambition, or the sheer need to move among those who possessed it. A woman attentive enough to these details could learn a great deal from silence alone. Which hands trembled when speaking to clerks and which did not. Which women gave orders and which asked permission. Which dresses signaled not only expense but certainty. Which pauses meant breeding and which meant fear. Which kinds of calm opened doors. There is nothing criminal in such observation. It belongs as much to survival as to deceit. Those whose place in the world is not secure often become excellent readers of the world precisely because misreading carries punishment. The poor servant reads temper. The dependent wife reads mood. The daughter with no money reads possibility. The woman who does not know whether she will be protected tomorrow reads men, rooms, and routes with more care than those who can afford bluntness. Long before Sophia became capable of using social intelligence offensively, she likely had reason to use it defensively. This is important because it resists one of the cruder myths attached to famous offenders, the myth of innate criminal exceptionality. Nothing in the world suggests that Sophia was born radiating villainy or genius in some isolated, theatrical way. What seems far more plausible and far more historically honest is that she was formed inside the ordinary violences of a world where women had to understand dependency, where the visible signs of status governed treatment, and where mobility was making identity more negotiable even as institutions tried to harden it. A woman of sharp mind exposed to these conditions might come to see what others preferred not to see, that much of society's confidence rested on habits that could be learned. And once learned, perhaps worn. The future Sonya would later make a profession of that insight. But first came the slower education of ordinary life. There were marriages in her story and relationships, and the entanglements that so often structure female biography in periods when women are not permitted the luxury of standing entirely outside relation. Marriage in such worlds was not only intimacy or domesticity. It was identity, economic placement, legal structure, and social legibility all at once. To enter marriage might offer safety or exposure, stability or dependency, new name or new trap. To leave it or to be left by it might produce consequences far beyond heartbreak. A woman's movement through marriage could alter the very terms under which society received her. Sophia's life, like so many women's, seems to have intersected these forces in ways that are not fully recoverable and yet are clearly consequential. This too helped prepare the terrain of reinvention. For women, reinvention seldom begins as grand self-creation. More often it begins as adjustment under pressure. A new relation requires a new story. A move requires a new presentation. A changed circumstance requires different clothing, different tone, different claims upon the world. Little by little a person discovers that identity is less a fixed possession than a negotiation between self, need, and what others are prepared to believe. Some never push that discovery far. Others push it until it becomes a way of life. Sophia would do that later. In this earlier chapter, the significance lies in the fact that the possibility already existed. If the young woman who would become Sonya learned anything from the empire around her, it was likely this: that people trust categories more than persons. Wife, widow, lady, traveler, customer, dependent, outsider, respectable woman, fallen woman. Once placed, a person is handled accordingly. To move successfully is to move between such categories without being crushed by the wrong one. The criminal future will lie in learning how to choose them, wear them, abandon them, and let others become complicit in extending them. But before crime there is the simpler, sadder truth that many women had to perform versions of themselves merely to avoid the consequences of being read badly. The cities growing around Sophia sharpened all of this. Urban life compresses difference and multiplies comparison. In a city, people can watch the upper world more closely than in a village or estate, even if they cannot enter it. Shops display things not meant for everyone. Hotels organize hierarchies among strangers. Railways bring classes into visible adjacency without dissolving the distances between them. A woman in such settings may study not only wealth but the grammar of wealth. She may notice that authority is often enacted more than argued, that confidence travels ahead of proof, that rooms arranged for service are vulnerable to those who know how service thinks. Again, this is not yet theft. It is education in the practical language of recognition. By the time later writers called her a queen, Sophia had long since moved beyond such education. But no queen appears without apprenticeship, and the apprenticeship in this case was not romantic. It was the apprenticeship of a sharp woman under conditions that made appearance consequential and mobility increasingly possible. There is a final temptation to resist here. The temptation to cast Sophia as either victim waiting to harden or villain waiting to reveal herself. Both forms are simplifications. Victimhood alone cannot explain the intelligence that later emerges, and villainy alone cannot explain the century that helped make that intelligence profitable. Better to leave her, at the end of this opening chapter, in a truer state. Unfinished, observant, pressured, partially obscured by record, but already alive to the fact that the world is read through surfaces. Not yet Sonya. Not yet the woman who could walk into bright rooms and make wealth misjudge itself. Not yet the name that would travel beyond police files into folklore and fascination. Only Sophia before the name, moving through an empire that taught women to watch carefully, taught the insecure to imitate strength, taught the excluded to study permission, and taught anyone with sufficient nerve that what society calls natural often turns out to be rehearsed. That lesson, once fully learned, would make her dangerous. And danger, in her case, would begin not with violence but with understanding. Learning the part. A confidence criminal is not made in the moment of theft. That moment may later be remembered most vividly. The jewel lifted, the room misread, the delayed shock on the face of a merchant who realizes too late that he has been handling not a customer but a performance. Yet before any such scene can succeed, something quieter and more difficult has to occur. A woman must learn how to be read. More than that, she must learn how to direct the reading. She must understand which signs invite trust, which invite pity, which invite service, which invite desire, which invite caution, and which close the room against her before she has even spoken. She must know not only what she is, but what others need her to seem. This was the true apprenticeship from which Sonya Goldenhand emerged. If the first chapter of her story belongs to conditions, this one belongs to method in embryo. It is the chapter in which Sofia Ivanovna Blyavstein, still not fully hardened into the figure later known across the empire, begins to understand that identity is not merely inherited or endured. Under the right pressures and with the right intelligence, it can be arranged. The discovery is simple enough in principle and transformative in practice. Society rewards performance so consistently that performance begins to look like nature. Those who study the process closely enough may discover how to enter it from the outside. 19th century class life depended upon exactly this sort of blindness. The respectable world liked to imagine its own habits as expressions of essence. A lady moved as she did because she was a lady. A gentleman spoke with ease because ease belonged to breeding. A customer of means expected attentiveness because such expectation arose naturally from social station. Yet none of this was ever wholly natural. It was learned, reinforced, imitated within class, corrected within households, and performed so often that it came to look effortless. Good breeding in practice was full of technique. The hand at rest, the tempo of reply, the measured glance, the confidence with a servant, the apparent absence of urgency, the correct degree of mild displeasure when inconvenienced. Such things were not trivial ornaments on status. They were among its everyday instruments. A woman attentive enough to watch this world from near its edges could learn a great deal. She could learn that money alone was not the whole of authority. Some people with money still carried awkwardness into rooms because they lacked the confidence of those who expected service as a birthright. Others, with less solid claims, could produce the effect of rank through composure alone. She could learn that clothing mattered, but that clothing without bearing was risky. That jewelry mattered, but only if worn with indifference. That speech mattered, but that the smallest overemphasis might make polish appear studied rather than native. In class society, the perfect counterfeit is rarely the most elaborate one. It is the one that asks least to be admired. These lessons in a lawful life might have supported social advancement, marriage, service in superior households, or the careful navigation of vulnerable womanhood. In Sophia's life, they appear to have become the foundation of something more dangerous. To say that she learned a part is not to say that she simply put on costume. Costume is the shallowest version of disguise and often the least effective. The deeper transformation occurs when the body itself becomes persuasive. A person learns how long to pause before answering, how to lift the chin without arrogance, how to touch an object as though accustomed to touching finer things, how to hold silence without seeming ashamed of it, how to make a request that feels, to the listener, less like an imposition than the continuation of an order already tacitly accepted. This is the level at which identity becomes operational. Such learning requires a particular kind of intelligence. It is not only visual. It is social, rhythmic, predictive. One must know what a room wants to believe. That is the great secret beneath so many acts of confidence. The victim is not simply overpowered by the criminal's invention. More often the victim collaborates because the invention satisfies some prior expectation. The hotel clerk wants this woman to be legitimate because legitimacy makes service smooth. The jeweler wants this customer to be wealthy because wealth justifies the ritual of display on which his own business depends. The servant wants the elegantly dressed woman to belong because challenging a genuine lady would be an offense with consequences. Sonya's later genius, if genius is the word, lay in understanding that deception works best when it flatters the structures receiving it. This understanding could not have appeared all at once. It must have been practiced, revised, corrected. One imagines small rehearsals long before the famous scenes. A borrowed name spoken aloud to see how it settles in the air. A different manner of addressing a porter or shop assistant. An experiment with hesitation. Does uncertainty diminish a claim or increase the impression of delicacy? A test of clothing against response. Which garments invite attention and which invite trust? A study in how respectable women occupy thresholds, enter shops, summon service, ask questions or accept delay. None of this is dramatic enough to survive in official record. Yet without such accumulated trial, the later criminal would be inconceivable. Social mastery does not descend from nowhere. It is built through repeated contact with the minute mechanics of reception. For women in particular, this kind of learning was inseparable from gender. Respectable femininity in the 19th century was among the most rigid and most useful performances of the era. It prescribed softness, modesty, controlled feeling, decorum, dependence, and a certain kind of social lightness, the appearance of moving through the world under protection rather than in contest with it. It also assumed, crucially, that a woman properly inhabiting these signs was not a primary danger. She might be foolish, vain, weak, emotional, overindulged, or morally suspect in various prescribed ways, but she was not expected to be the architect of a polished criminal situation. This assumption formed part of the screen behind which Sonya's method would later operate. But the screen itself required discipline. A woman who wanted to use femininity as cover could not simply look decorative. She had to grasp the subtle differences between kinds of femininity and their likely social effects. Too much softness might invite dismissal rather than deference. Too much brilliance might invite memory. Too much charm could look like seduction, and seduction carries danger because it asks to be interpreted. The safest performance was often one of mild, unforced legitimacy. A woman used to good treatment, faintly insulated from practical difficulty, not eager to impress because she had no need to prove anything. This sort of composure is hard to counterfeit precisely because it depends on convincing others that one does not experience oneself as counterfeit at all. If Sophia mastered this, then what she mastered was not glamour in the vulgar sense but calibration. Calibration is a less romantic word than elegance, but perhaps the more truthful one. She would have needed to calibrate dress to setting, setting to story, story to probable scrutiny, scrutiny to tone. A widow is read differently from a young wife. A woman traveling under one kind of name will require one kind of reserve, under another, a different sort of confidence. The expensive hotel invites one register, the smaller provincial one another. The jeweler who prides himself on refinement must be handled differently from the jeweler who prides himself on caution. The city matters. The staff matter. The hour matters. Even fatigue matters because fatigue alters the body's ability to sustain fiction. Here one sees how misleading later admiration can be. It is easy to be dazzled by the finished image of Sonya, the poised criminal woman, gliding through the rituals of wealth like someone born to them. What admiration often misses is the labor. Performance at this level is exhausting. It requires continuous attention not only to others but to the self as a field of signals. Every glance must seem natural. Every touch must look unthinking. Every correction must occur before anyone notices something to correct. A woman who lives this way does not merely wear a mask. She inhabits a regime of self-management from which there is no true rest while the role is active. That strain may help explain why confidence criminals are so often misremembered as creatures of pure audacity. Audacity is easier to describe than discipline. Yet discipline is the truer foundation. The bold act means little if the room has not already been prepared by 100 small cues delivered correctly. The body must move as though it belongs before the hand can take what does not belong to it. Sonya's later life suggests not a woman drunk on improvisation alone, but one capable of carrying a highly controlled presentation through unstable circumstances. Such control is not ordinary. It is trained, whether consciously or not, by long exposure to the need to read and be read advantageously. And somewhere in this training one suspects Sophia discovered pleasure. Not necessarily pleasure in harm. The record cannot support so clean or lurid a claim. But perhaps pleasure in execution, in successful passage, in watching a room accept what she offered it, in feeling the old hierarchy soften under her command of its own language. There is a distinct thrill in learning that what once excluded you can be entered by study. The hierarchy remains unjust. That is precisely why mastery over its rituals can feel so intoxicating. A woman who has spent enough time watching how authority behaves may experience a dangerous exhilaration when she first produces authority herself and finds the world responding. Such moments are formative. They change the scale of the possible. What once looked fixed now appears conditional. What once seemed reserved for others can be handled, perhaps worn, perhaps taken. The distance between observer and participant narrows. One sees this in many forms of social assent, lawful and otherwise. But in Sonya's case the narrowing seems to have moved beyond aspiration into appropriation. She was not trying simply to join the world she studied. She was learning how to make that world work for her on terms it did not choose. There is no need at this stage to force a dramatic threshold. Human beings do not always know the moment in which they become who history will remember. It is enough to see that by degrees Sophia had begun to understand identity not as a fixed inheritance but as a tactical arrangement. A tactical identity does not ask only, "Who am I?" It asks, "What must I seem here?" It attends to audience, pressure, need, and opportunity. It values coherence not as moral authenticity but as successful presentation. Once a person begins to live by such calculations, the moral world subtly shifts. The lie is no longer an event. It becomes architecture. This may sound colder than it was in lived experience. Most likely it emerged gradually through necessity, intelligence, and repeated proof that society responded more predictably to signs than to truths. Still, coldness enters the story here in a particular form. Not the coldness of brutality but the coldness of control. A woman who can direct her own readability begins to feel less exposed to the random verdicts of others. That can be empowering. Can also be corrupting. The line between self-protection and manipulation is not always bright, especially in a world already built on performance. For a woman in 19th century Russia, the rewards of such control could be considerable. So could the risks. Because femininity was one of Sonya's instruments, it was also one of the terms on which she would later be judged. A man who deceives may be called cunning. A woman who deceives is more readily called unnatural, seductive, poisonous, theatrical, morally doubled. Her intelligence is often sexualized, her self-command turned into menace, her polish treated as corruption rather than competence. Sophia could not have known the full shape of the legend waiting for her, but the world around her already possessed the scripts into which that legend would eventually be poured. The elegant female criminal would not merely be processed as a thief. She would be processed as an argument about women. This makes the chapter's title more exacting than it first appears. Sophia was not only learning a part for practical use. She was also learning the part society had already prepared for a woman moving through its spaces with unusual fluency. The lady was a readable role. So was the dangerous woman. Much of Sonya's later power would lie in stepping into one while concealing the other until it was too late for the room to defend itself. That doubleness had to be learned somewhere. If the first chapter ended with understanding as the seed of danger, this chapter ends with embodiment. Sophia no longer merely watches the structures of trust and class from the edge. She begins to inhabit them experimentally. She learns the pressure of good fabric, the authority of calm, the effect of unhurried speech, the protection offered by seeming mildly entitled to service. She learns that questions asked in the right tone are not really questions at all. She learns that there is often no wall where she had imagined one, only a ritual waiting to be performed correctly. The lesson is as simple as it is devastating. Society believes what it already knows how to see. A woman capable of giving it that sight with sufficient precision may pass deeper into the world than truth would ever have admitted her. Sophia had not yet become the queen of thieves. But the body that would carry that title was learning its work. The part was settling in. Chapter 3. The First Openings. A criminal life does not begin when something is taken. It begins when a door once thought closed is found to open. That opening is seldom dramatic at first. It does not announce itself with a fanfare of danger. More often it arrives as a small adjustment in the mind. A realization that the room is not as secure as it appears, that the people inside it are governed by habits stronger than caution, that wealth makes itself visible in ways that invite not only admiration but study. A woman who has already learned how to carry herself, how to be read advantageously, how to enter without alarm, may suddenly discover that the social world is not merely passable. It is permeable. What was designed to exclude may instead be persuaded to receive. This is the phase in which Sophia begins to move from possibility into practice. She is not yet, in the fullest sense, the criminal celebrity of later memory. The stories have not yet gathered into a glowing reputation. Her name has not yet hardened into a usable legend. But the essential transformation is underway. The knowledge accumulated in the previous chapter, knowledge of class, bearing, femininity, expectation, service, and the labor of becoming believable, now encounters the kinds of spaces in which it can be turned to advantage. The self that had been trained through performance begins to act upon a world equally trained in receiving performances as truth. The 19th century supplied these spaces in abundance. Urban modernity did not merely create bigger cities. It created new interiors. Hotels, arcades, railway waiting rooms, station restaurants, furnished lodgings, fine shops, jewelers' establishments, private apartments let for seasons or visits. These were more than settings. They were social machines. Each organized strangers in relation to wealth. Each depended on procedures of recognition. Each was built around the idea that status could be quickly and correctly read by staff, clerks, porters, managers, servants, and fellow guests. That reading did not need to be perfect. It needed only to function smoothly enough for commerce and comfort to continue. Smoothness was the vulnerability. The luxury world of the 19th century lived by discretion. A good hotel did not merely provide shelter. It staged ease. A good shop did not merely offer goods. It offered a flattering ritual of display in which the customer's right to inspect, compare, hesitate, and desire could unfold without visible friction. Wealth expected to move through such places lightly. The servant's role was to reduce embarrassment, not create it. The clerk's role was to serve without prying. The manager's role was to preserve confidence in the establishment by smoothing disorder before it became visible. In such an environment, suspicion had to proceed carefully. A wrong suspicion could insult the very class whose custom the place depended upon. A woman like Sophia, properly prepared, could work inside that hesitation. This is why the first openings in Sonya's future life were likely less spectacular than later retellings suggest. They need not have involved extraordinary feats of daring at the outset. What mattered first was the discovery that entry itself already conferred power. To be received as legitimate in a room built around service and display is to be granted a series of advantages before one has done anything obviously criminal. Questions are softened. Goods are brought nearer. Privacy is extended. Time is granted. Minor oddities are overlooked because explanation is assumed to exist somewhere just beyond the immediate moment. The room wants coherence. It supplies some of it on the visitor's behalf. Such openings do not reward clumsy greed. They reward control. A confidence thief does not flourish merely because wealth is visible. Wealth has always been visible. She flourishes because visibility is organized through ritual. The jeweler lays items upon velvet with careful hands, trusting that the person across from him belongs within the script of consideration and purchase. The hotel allows the well-dressed guest to occupy space with a degree of unexamined legitimacy because the institution's own dignity depends upon not treating its patrons like intruders. The railway station and its adjoining world of porterage, tickets, compartments, luggage, refreshment, and waiting assume temporary trust among strangers because continuous verification would choke the very flow modern travel requires. Each of these environments asks to be believed in. Sophia was learning how to believe in them just enough to use them. The jeweler's shop, in particular, must have presented a kind of irresistible lesson. Nowhere were wealth, trust, ritual, and vanity so neatly concentrated. Fine jewelry was portable value displayed under the sign of refinement. It had to be handled in order to be sold. It had to be admired, compared, and drawn into close view. The merchant was required to balance caution with deference, security with performance. Too much suspicion threatened business. Too much ease threatened loss. The customer, meanwhile, occupied an oddly powerful role. She could request, examine, question, decline, return, and ask to see one thing beside another. Each of these motions was socially innocent within the ritual of luxury commerce. That innocence was precisely what made the setting dangerous. A woman who understood how to move through such a ritual did not need to force a breach. She needed only to let the ritual continue while steering its conditions. This is one of the most important shifts in understanding Sonya's method. Later popular memory often speaks as though she fooled people through some exceptional dramatic brilliance, as if each offense were a small masterpiece of theatrical invention. Perhaps some were. But the deeper truth is more structural and therefore more unsettling. She did not always need to impose an illusion from outside. The room itself was already organized around a set of illusions. That refinement was legible, that good breeding could be recognized by manner, that a woman wearing the right confidence and clothing ought not be handled roughly by suspicion, that commercial service and social hierarchy could work together without contradiction. Sophia's growing criminal intelligence lay in understanding that these assumptions could be used as tools. There was, too, the hotel. The 19th century hotel was among the great ambiguous spaces of modern life. Intimate and anonymous, public and private, luxurious and vulnerable, orderly and full of strangers. It received people who did not belong to one another and converted their temporary coexistence into something that felt stable. Names were written down. Rooms were assigned. Luggage passed through multiple hands. Meals were served. Messages were delivered. Doors opened and shut. Corridors, staircases, desks, parlors, dining rooms, and guest chambers all participated in a performance of managed trust. The good hotel made contingency feel safe. But contingency never stops being contingency. A guest may be no one she claims to be. A traveler may have no one waiting at the destination she names. A woman in a fine room may carry less legitimacy than the staff assume and more intelligence than they are prepared for. The hotel depends on not acting too forcefully upon these possibilities unless forced to do so. That dependence creates the very delays in which a practiced criminal can work. A question is postponed because it would sound rude. A request is fulfilled because refusal would sound insulting. A corridor is not challenged because the person walking through it appears too much at ease. What protects the innocent guest also protects, for crucial minutes, the guilty one. Sophia's future lay in understanding how much could happen inside such minutes. It is important not to imagine these spaces as inhabited only by the rich in some abstract sense. They were also inhabited by labor. Porters, clerks, servants, attendants, dressmakers, laundresses, shop assistants, cleaners, drivers, errand boys, guards. The confidence criminal thrives partly by understanding labor as well as wealth. It is often not the wealthy victim who first decides whether one belongs, but the worker trained to serve that victim without visible disturbance. A woman who knows how workers have been taught to respond to class signals holds extraordinary power. She knows that certainty is often replaced in practice by procedure. She knows that the servant who suspects may still hesitate because he has been disciplined not to cause embarrassment. She knows that the clerk wants the exchange to stay smooth. She knows that people whose livelihoods depend on correct deference are vulnerable to those who can produce the outward grammar of deserving it. This made the city itself a kind of criminal theater. Not theater in the sense of flamboyance, but theater in the sense that everyone already had a part. The merchant, the porter, the wealthy guest, the lady, the wife, the widow, the stranger with means, the customer who is always right because the establishment cannot afford otherwise. These roles structured the movements of daily life. Sophia's skill, increasingly, was to find the part through which the room became most helpful to her and then to inhabit it with sufficient naturalness that assistance felt like the room's own idea. One sees here why violence played so little role in the making of her legend. Violence is crude. It interrupts the social ritual. It creates immediate clarity. Once violence appears, everyone knows what kind of room they are in. Sonya's future power depended on the opposite condition, the maintenance of ambiguity. The theft must not look like theft until the necessary interval has passed. The offense must remain hidden inside ordinary gestures long enough for the room's own rules to keep working on her behalf. This is why her later crimes were so often remembered as humiliations. People realized not only that something valuable had gone, but that the disappearance had occurred while they themselves were still collaborating in the appearance of normality. That delayed recognition is central to the first openings. It is likely that Sophia learned early that the true gain in such situations was not merely the object acquired, but the delay purchased. A room that does not yet understand what has happened cannot defend itself. A merchant who is still trying not to offend has not yet become an accuser. A hotel that still believes itself orderly has not yet become an alarmed institution. A person who has not yet named the event as crime is still acting under rules designed for commerce, hospitality, and decorum. Time in these settings is created socially before it is measured mechanically. Sonya's later reputation would depend heavily on her ability to produce and exploit that kind of social time. This is where the future queen first begins to take shape, though not yet as a title. She begins as a woman discovering that certain rooms will open to the right version of her. That discovery is not morally innocent. But neither is it mere whim. It belongs to a larger historical truth, that the 19th century, for all its confidence in classification and propriety, was full of systems that could be turned against themselves by those who understood how they worked. Sophia was becoming one of those people. The body had to change with the method. To move through these new spaces effectively, she could not remain at the level of conscious imitation alone. The performance had to feel lived. The hand at the counter could not show too much desire. The eye could not roam like an eye seeking advantage. Surprise had to be measured. Interest had to look like cultivated taste rather than acquisitive hunger. Even impatience, where useful, had to be of the sort associated with those accustomed to service, not those desperate for control. At this level, the criminal act is prepared by innumerable negative disciplines, things one does not reveal, does not ask too directly, does not overplay, does not touch too soon, does not look at too long. Discipline, once again, is the least glamorous and most decisive truth beneath her story. By now Sophia may have begun to feel the exhilaration that follows mastery of such discipline. She had learned, after all, not only to pass but to operate. The world was yielding not because it had suddenly become kind, but because she had understood where it was already weakest. There is a distinct emotional charge in discovering that institutions built to flatter the powerful can be persuaded to flatter you instead. That charge is one reason criminal lives of this type become difficult to leave. They do not only provide money or excitement. They provide proof that the great social machine can be entered and briefly redirected by a single skilled person. For someone who has spent enough time on the wrong side of that machine, the proof may feel intoxicating. Yet the openings that thrill also educate. Each successful passage teaches more than the last. One learns which sorts of establishments are loosest under refinement, which staff members grow timid before confidence, which environments produce the best delays, which settings make a woman memorable for the wrong reasons, which clothes quiet scrutiny and which attract it, which cities feel too sharp with gossip, which too sluggish with information, which balanced precariously between opportunity and risk. Crime, when repeated, becomes research. The offender becomes not merely daring but empirical. By the end of this phase, Sophia is no longer only learning how to be read. She is learning how systems behave when properly approached. The bright rooms of her future are not yet fully illuminated in public memory, but their doorways are opening one by one. She is beginning to test the fragile compact between status and service, between display and trust, between mobility and anonymity, between the wealthy person's desire to be recognized and the institution's obligation to recognize. Every successful test deepens the central revelation that power often guards itself with ritual instead of force, and ritual can be copied. The woman later known as Sonya Goldenhand would live in the space created by that revelation. Not by smashing through the world's barriers but by entering them. Not by appearing as danger but by appearing as reassurance. Not by confronting order from outside, but by moving within it so naturally that order completed its own undoing before it knew it had begun. These were the first openings. The name had not yet fully started to glow. But the world had begun already to let her in. Chapter 4. The woman becomes a story. A thief becomes dangerous twice. The first danger lies in what she can do while still moving freely through the world. The rooms she can enter, the trust she can borrow, the objects she can touch, the moments she can bend. The second danger begins later, when her acts start to gather into memory. Then she is no longer merely a woman committing offenses. She becomes a shape other people can recognize, compare, describe, and fear. At that point, the criminal life changes. Skill is no longer measured only by successful taking, but by whether the person can continue to act once repetition has begun to turn her into a story. This was the threshold Sophia now approached. The first openings had taught her that respectable spaces were vulnerable, that luxury and discretion often worked together against themselves, and that a woman able to inhabit the right codes could pass through barriers never meant to admit her. Those early successes, however modest or uneven at first, contained the seed of a new problem. Every successful deception leaves more behind than loss. It leaves recollection. The merchant remembers the woman's gloves. The clerk remembers the tone in which she asked to see one thing beside another. The servant remembers that she walked as though the corridor belonged to her. The hotelier remembers, too late, that nothing in her manner invited challenge because everything in it assumed she had already passed beyond the need for it. Such memories do not at once make a legend. At first they remain local, private, and often embarrassed. Embarrassment is one reason this stage of Sonia's life matters so much. Her crimes, or the crimes increasingly attributable to the woman she was becoming, did not simply deprive victims of property. They injured their judgment. A man who has been beaten and robbed may rage, but he has not necessarily been made ridiculous. A jeweler or hotelier deceived by an elegant woman must first reckon with the fact that he helped produce the conditions of his own humiliation. He served, deferred, trusted, or at least hesitated according to the rituals of his world, and those rituals were used against him. That recognition is unpleasant. It encourages silence at first, or cautious telling, or the kind of retelling that begins in outrage and ends in reluctant fascination. This is how stories start to travel. Not always through official complaint at the beginning, though official complaint may come later, but through social circulation. One merchant speaks to another. A manager warns a colleague in confidence. A servant describes an odd incident in a back room where staff compare impressions more frankly than they would before guests. A police officer hears something that seems at first too polished, too socially inconvenient, too improbable to form a proper case, and then hears something similar again elsewhere. A woman does not yet have to be fully identified to become imaginable. She need only recur in enough fragments that others begin to sense pattern. Pattern is the beginning of criminal celebrity. Until then, every offense belongs mostly to its own moment. Afterwards, each new offense begins to echo the last. The city, the shop, the hotel, the railway world of temporary trust, all begin to feel as though they are inhabited by not merely one deceiver but a type of deceiver. And types are easier to remember than particulars. The well-dressed woman. The self-possessed traveler. The customer too natural in expensive surroundings. The lady who should have belonged and did not. Once this type exists in circulation, the person who inspired it is already living inside the first outline of her myth. For Sophia, this would have been a subtle but profound change. She had spent the previous phase of her life learning to enter spaces that read only the immediate present. A room judged her by clothing, bearing, voice, and apparent relation to wealth. Now those same rooms were beginning, however faintly, to retain memory of women like her. That did not mean each new setting recognized her individually. It meant that the world she moved through was becoming fractionally less innocent. The idea of her preceded her in flashes. A staff member who had never seen her face might still have heard enough to feel an unease he could not yet properly explain. A merchant might hesitate half a second longer with the display case. A hotelier might glance twice at the register instead of once. Such changes are tiny. They are also the first signs that anonymity is no longer complete. This is why the making of Sonya as a story belongs inside her active life, not after it. Too often criminal fame is treated as an after effect, something posterity does to a subject once the real events are over. In Sonya's case, the two processes were likely entangled much earlier. She was becoming narratable while she was still becoming herself. The polished female thief was too charged a figure for society to leave at the level of isolated fact. She entered instantly into explanation. Why had the merchant trusted her? Because she looked like a lady. Why had the staff not stopped her? Because she carried herself as though stopping her would have been unthinkable. Why had the event felt so unsettling afterwards? Because the offense seemed to have occurred not through force, but through the very rituals by which respectable life ordinarily secured itself. These are not neutral observations. They are already literary in shape. One can see why later writing found her irresistible. Even before deliberate embellishment, the raw elements were dramatically arranged. The bright room. The elegant woman. The display of wealth. The social confidence of the victim. The invisible turn by which confidence becomes vulnerability. The delayed understanding. The mingling of outrage and reluctant admiration. It is a scene that explains itself too well not to be retold. Each retelling, moreover, tends to improve it. Details sharpen. Timing clarifies. The woman grows calmer, the victim more complacent, the theft more symbolically perfect. Memory has a weakness for aesthetic satisfaction. Sonya, even in the earliest layers of her legend, benefited from that weakness. But she also paid for it. A memorable criminal method is always living on borrowed time. What makes the story travel is often what makes the criminal easier to pursue later. In the beginning, style protects by smoothing entry. Later, the same style endangers by making the offender distinctive in recollection. A rough, ordinary thief may dissolve more easily into the anonymous criminal mass. A woman whose crimes acquire anecdotal force becomes harder to forget precisely because forgetting her would require forgetting the injury to pride attached to her. She does not merely take objects. She leaves a scene behind her, and scenes linger. Here we arrive at a painful irony. The very qualities that made Sonya powerful in action were the same qualities that began turning her into public property. A woman once able to move tactically through perceptions now found those perceptions starting to harden around her. The room no longer simply received her. The room, in however dim a way, had begun to wait for someone like her. This waiting was not yet full defense. It was a kind of cultural preparation. The merchant who hears the story of another merchant's humiliation becomes a different man at the counter. The hotel staff who hear of elegant female theft become different servants in the corridor. The police officer who once dismissed such accounts as unfortunate peculiarities begins, on the third or fourth resemblance, to wonder whether the same woman or same method lies beneath them all. The wonder matters even before certainty does. Criminal lives often become harder not when authorities know exactly whom they seek, but when they begin to know the form of what they are looking for. A face may still be uncertain, a name still unstable, a chronology still incomplete, yet the social profile is already taking shape. This is the phase in which Sophia ceases to be simply herself and becomes, in the minds of others, a possibility. That possibility can appear anywhere wealth and etiquette meet. It can be spoken of in warning even when not named. It can begin closing spaces without yet triggering arrest. In some ways this phase is more dangerous than open pursuit because it works by atmosphere. The room cools before the law closes in. For a woman dependent upon atmosphere, this cooling changes everything. It also changes her relation to herself. Success repeated often enough produces not only money or survival but identity. The woman who has entered, deceived, and withdrawn more than once begins to understand herself through that capacity. She becomes, in her own mind, the woman who can do these things. But once the wider world begins telling stories about her kind, or about her in particular, she becomes split between self-knowledge and public knowledge. She knows the labor, the improvisation, the strain, the calculations. Others know the outline, the poised thief, the false lady, the elegant deception. The outline is simpler and far more portable. It begins to travel ahead of her like a second shadow. This second shadow is the earliest form of the criminal name. It is possible that Sophia herself felt some version of its seduction. There is often a thrill in hearing one's power echoed back through others, even in hostile form. To know that merchants speak, that staff remember, that an unnamed woman in a well-cut dress can alter the mood of a room simply because stories have begun to circulate. Such knowledge must have carried a dark satisfaction. The criminal is no longer merely acting within the world. She is beginning to affect the world's imagination of itself. Wealth is less confident. Service is less innocent. Men of discernment feel less certain of their own reading. This is a form of dominion, and dominion intoxicates. Yet the intoxication is inseparable from risk. The woman becomes a story at the precise moment she becomes less free to remain only a woman. Others now participate in her making. Their fear, anger, ridicule, and fascination all contribute to the shape she takes in public life. She may still vary names, routes, settings, details of dress and bearing, but the larger image grows despite her adjustments. That image will not obey her fully. It may exaggerate. It may sexualize. It may sentimentalize. It may invent. But once formed, it cannot be called back. In this sense, reputation is unlike disguise. One can take a disguise off. One cannot easily undress a story others have already begun to tell. Because Sonia's story was gendered from the beginning, this mattered even more. A male offender of similar social fluency might have been remembered as audacious, cunning, accomplished, perhaps insolent. A woman working through elegance and social ease was inevitably read through additional layers. Was she seductive? Was she corrupt? Was she a false lady? Was she evidence that women in public modern life had become untrustworthy? Was she proof that beauty, refinement, and softness concealed danger? Such questions begin to cluster around her early, and each question becomes another thread in the story. The criminal woman is rarely permitted to remain a specialist in property crime. She becomes an argument about womanhood itself. Sonia's later afterlife would be built on exactly this instability. But already here the conditions are present. The city likes stories that reveal its nervous system. Sonia's emerging story did that. It showed that strangers could pass more deeply than institutions admitted. It showed that class was vulnerable to imitation. It showed that the modern world's promises of comfort and efficiency were shadowed by new kinds of deception. Most of all, It showed that people who believed themselves excellent readers of status could be taught otherwise by a woman they had already decided not to fear. Small wonder the story traveled. It touched too many anxieties at once to remain still. And so Sophia, not yet fully crowned in language, begins to lose the anonymity on which her work once depended. The change need not yet be dramatic. There is no need to imagine a sudden citywide recognition. History is usually subtler than that. It is enough that memory has begun to gather, enough that certain encounters now carry aftertaste, enough that a merchant hearing a second or third related humiliation begins to compare, enough that staff become fractionally less trusting of the polished female guest whose confidence seems just a shade too complete. At first these are only minor abrasions in the smooth world she has learned to manipulate. Later they will matter far more. For now what matters is that the process has begun. The woman is becoming a story. She has crossed the invisible line between doing and being known for doing. She is no longer only Sophia learning how to move. She is becoming Sonya, not yet as a fixed name perhaps, but as an imaginative figure large enough to circulate beyond the precise bounds of evidence. This is where part 1 properly ends. Not with capture. Not with full fame. Not with punishment waiting in plain sight. But with the first unmistakable glow of criminal legend. Somewhere in the rooms she had entered, in the shops where goods had been displayed too trustingly, in the hotels where service had hesitated a moment too long before doubt, in the conversations of men embarrassed enough to remember and women sharp enough to compare, the outline had begun to form. A woman of style. A woman of calm. A woman who belonged until she did not. A woman whose presence could turn wealth's own rituals against it. The name would come. The story had already begun. Chapter 5. The bright rooms. By the time the story had begun to move ahead of her, the rooms themselves had changed. Not outwardly. The jeweler still opened the case with practiced hands. The hotel still arranged itself around discretion. The station still churned with luggage, porters, waiting, departures, and the familiar half-order of modern travel. Wealth still liked to be seen in polished settings and handled through rituals that made possession appear effortless. Yet once a woman's crimes begin to gather into memory, however imperfectly, every room she enters contains two atmospheres at once. The visible atmosphere of commerce, comfort, or service, and the invisible atmosphere of comparison, rumor, remembered embarrassment, and the faint possibility that this exchange may belong to a larger pattern. Sonya's life had now entered the unstable region between those two atmospheres. She was still moving. She was still entering. She was still using the same century that had taught her how to read class, femininity, and permission. But she was no longer only a woman finding openings. She had become a woman whose openings had begun to acquire shape in the minds of others. That shape did not yet defeat her. In some ways it even magnified her power. For a time, criminal reputation can work like a second disguise. It enlarges the offender in rumor while leaving uncertainty around her in fact. People speak of the elegant thief, the false lady, the woman who made respectable men look foolish, but often do not know enough to fix her decisively in the moment she appears before them. Legend sharpens fear even while blurring the face within it. This gave Sonya a peculiar kind of dominion. She moved through the bright rooms of the empire not only as a practiced offender but as an emerging presence. The world she exploited was still at heart, a world that trusted what looked familiar. Luxury required trust to function. The merchant could not treat every customer as a suspect without threatening the fiction that made his shop respectable. The hotel could not confront every elegant guest without undermining its own promise of ease. The railway could not subject every traveler of means to coarse scrutiny without spoiling the social order of movement itself. These institutions depended on confidence, and confidence always leaves openings behind it. What had changed was that Sonya was now entering such openings with more than skill. She was entering them with an aura. Aura is not quite the same thing as fame. Fame suggests clarity. Aura can thrive on uncertainty. It consists of stories not yet pinned down, of a type not fully attached to a face, of a presence the culture has started to imagine before it can always identify. A woman like Sonya could benefit from this in the middle stage of her career. People had begun to feel that such a criminal existed. They had not yet learned how to stop her consistently. The result was a strange contradiction. She became more legible in story even while remaining difficult to seize in practice. This contradiction is one of the engines of criminal celebrity. The bright rooms intensified it. Every setting that had once served her method now also fed her mythology. The jeweler's shop, with its mingled vanity and caution, did not merely offer valuable goods. It offered drama. The customer is seated. The jewels are laid out. The merchant observes the refinements of service. The room, arranged to flatter possession, becomes the scene of a subtle violation. A hotel functions similarly. The guest passes under the signs of comfort and legitimacy, receives deference, occupies space, makes requests, perhaps lingers where others would not, and only later does the institution discover that what it treated as class may have been only performance. Such rooms are not incidental to Sonya's story. They are part of its meaning. They are where the respectable world proved most eager to trust itself. This is why her offenses in such places traveled so well in memory. A burglary in darkness can frighten. A fraud at a jeweler's counter or in the corridor of a reputable hotel does something else. It insults. It does not merely remove an object. It exposes the victim's judgment to ridicule. A merchant who prides himself on discernment has failed to discern. A hotelier who prides himself on order has hosted disorder under a polished face. A staff member trained in perfect deference has become an unwitting assistant to deception. The room itself, meant to confirm social hierarchy, has instead revealed how theatrical that hierarchy is. Sonya's offenses were remembered because they made the guardians of visible order feel not only robbed, but embarrassed by the terms of their own injury. Embarrassment can be a powerful preservative. People remember the situations in which they have been made to feel foolish more intensely than those in which they have merely lost. They retell them, first defensively, then with the grim fascination that humiliation often acquires once it has settled into narrative. She seemed entirely proper. No one would have suspected. She handled everything like a lady. There was nothing in her manner. Such phrases do more than describe. They reproduce the shock that the social world can misread itself. The more often such phrases circulate, the more a figure like Sonya grows beyond the exact incidents that produced them. She becomes the embodiment of a possibility too unsettling to leave unnamed. At the same time, the rooms remained useful to her for a simpler reason. They still worked. This is important. There is a temptation, once a criminal figure begins to gather legend, to imagine that the practical phase must immediately become impossible. History is rarely so neat. Institutions do not learn all at once. Habits do not disappear because one or two stories have passed through them. The bright rooms of the 19th century had been built to reward confidence, soothe wealth, and avoid visible friction. Those instincts could be bruised. They could not be abolished overnight. Sonya could therefore continue to work within them, perhaps even at her peak, precisely when her symbolic force was growing. Indeed, the middle period of a criminal life is often the most volatile because competence and recognizability rise together. The offender is never more effective than when she fully understands her method and the world has not yet fully adapted to it. That appears to have been Sonya's position now. She knew the spaces. She knew the staff. She knew the tempo of luxury. She knew how much boredom and routine underlay elegance, and how easily routine mistakes confidence for legitimacy. She knew that money did not need to be present in piles to be vulnerable. It glittered in rings, brooches, watches, necklaces, cases, handbags, visiting rituals, room assignments, luggage, and the confidence of those who believed themselves protected by habit. She knew, too, that the affluent did not merely own objects. They enacted ownership. They displayed the ease of people to whom valuables had long belonged. Sonya's mastery lay in enacting that same ease just convincingly enough for others to lower themselves into service. The body remained her greatest instrument. By this stage, the performance must have felt less like costume and more like second nature. The woman who once learned how to be read now moved through rooms as though she had internalized their expectations down to the smallest degree. She knew how to look at a case without seeming dazzled by it, how to ask to see a second item without sounding acquisitive, how to allow impatience to register as mild superiority rather than nervous urgency, how to occupy waiting without shrinking into self-consciousness. None of these gestures is large. Together they form a total impression, and total impressions are what rooms trust. Trust in Sonya's case did not need to be absolute. It needed only to be sufficient. This is one of the essential truths of her method. She did not have to make every person in a room adore her or even fully believe her. She had to generate enough social credit that doubt could not become action before it was too late. A slightly uncertain clerk may still fetch the goods if etiquette compels it. A servant who feels something odd may still obey if he has been trained to obey first and question later. A hotel manager may notice a faint irregularity and still do nothing immediate because the alternative would risk a scene. The confidence offender lives inside these little postponements. They are the air she breathes. The bright rooms were full of them. They were also full of mirrors, figuratively and sometimes literally. Sonya's presence in such spaces did not merely permit theft. It reflected the room back to itself in altered form. A jeweler showing goods to the wrong woman revealed how much his trade depended on rituals of class recognition. A hotel serving the wrong guest revealed how much hospitality relied on externally performed legitimacy. A railway culture of refined movement revealed how much modern mobility had weakened local certainty. Sonya's crimes, when seen in aggregate, formed a kind of unwanted social criticism. She showed that the systems most proud of their polish were often those most dependent on assumptions. That is one reason later generations would find her so difficult to forget. But inside the present tense of her life, remembrance was still unfolding and therefore still unstable. Sonya could not yet know exactly which stories would survive, which incidents would fuse into reputation, which victims would complain, which institutions would adapt too slowly, which police officers would begin comparing notes with dangerous seriousness. She lived, instead, at the height of a career built on partial control. She controlled the room more often than not. She did not control what would later be made of the room once she had left it. This loss of control over meaning is one of the secret burdens of criminal fame. A woman may shape her bearing, her entrance, her method, the immediate experience of the scene. She cannot fully shape how others will narrate it once outrage, embarrassment, and fascination begin their work. Some will make her colder, others more seductive, others more monstrous, others more admirable. The bright rooms that once answered to her outward cues will later produce stories she cannot manage. Her legend begins in victory but matures in surrender of authorship. Sonya's name, or the figure coalescing around it, was now entering precisely that phase. Yet while the phase lasted, it gave her a kind of splendor. Not moral splendor. Not innocence. Splendor in the older, harsher sense of brilliance visible even when destructive. She moved through a world of chandeliers, polished counters, railway compartments, velvet cases, and good fabric with the dangerous intimacy of someone who understood both its seductions and its blind spots. She did not merely attack wealth from outside. She moved through its preferred settings and used their own language against them. This lent her crimes an elegance that would cling to them in memory even when punishment later darkened everything. The phrase, "the bright rooms," belongs then not only to literal interiors, but to a whole social universe. It names the spaces where class wished to appear most natural and secure. It names the settings where strangers could become momentarily legible through display, tone, and mutual recognition. It names the refined surfaces behind which service, commerce, and vanity work together to make wealth comfortable. And it names the precise environments in which Sonya became most fully herself as an offender. Here she no longer simply survived. She ruled, if only in precarious episodes, by orchestrating the room's own assumptions more effectively than the room could. But brightness is dangerous for criminals as well as victims. A bright room shows. It illuminates. Remembers details. Fixes manners in the mind. The more Sonya worked such spaces, the more she risked becoming not only legend but pattern. The same qualities that made her unforgettable to fascinated retellers made her potentially unforgettable to institutions learning to defend themselves. The polished woman, the poised customer, the self-possessed traveler, the guest who moved too naturally, the lady who made staff hesitate. All these details could in time become not merely narrative but warning. That time had not fully arrived. For now, Sonya still belonged to the most glittering and most unstable phase of her life. The period in which the century's bright rooms continued to open, continued to flatter, continued to believe themselves discerning, and continued to underestimate the woman who understood them too well. She moved through them with increasing command. The name behind her grew brighter. And with every polished counter, every attentive servant, every merchant who mistook performance for provenance, the distance between criminal woman and criminal legend grew smaller. The Queen of Thieves had not yet been crowned in full. But she was already moving through her kingdom. Chapter 6. The Weight of a Name. There is a point in a criminal life when a name ceases to be a convenience and becomes a burden. Earlier names can be used lightly. They can be changed, borrowed, softened, abandoned. A woman moves under one identity in one place and another elsewhere, relying on the fact that strangers usually accept the form in which they first receive her. Names at that stage are part of the surface machinery of passing. They matter, but only as one element among many: clothing, bearing, voice, timing, setting, confidence. A false name helps open a room because the room is still willing to believe in rooms, in systems, in class, in the ordinary continuity of social life. Later, once reputation begins to gather, the relation to naming changes. The room has grown less innocent. The stories have started to circulate. The incidents no longer belong wholly to themselves. A woman may still alter her particulars, but the atmosphere preceding her is harder to alter. The name she gives may be false, but the kind of woman others have begun to imagine is becoming strangely real. This is the stage Sonya had now reached. She was no longer simply passing under names. She was beginning to carry one. That name in time would harden into Sonya Golden Hand. But even before it reached its fullest force, the principle of it was already at work. A life repeated often enough under conditions of style and offense begins to create a recognizable outline larger than any single alias. People may not know exactly who they are looking at. They begin, however, to suspect what sort of story they may be entering. The criminal woman no longer walks into a neutral world. She walks into a world increasingly furnished with premonitions of her. This is why notoriety is so much heavier than obscurity. Obscurity leaves one free to invent. Notoriety makes invention more exacting. Each successful deception now carries with it the residue of previous success. Each room must be read not only for its present arrangement but for the extent to which prior rooms have already spoken into it. Has the merchant heard? Has the manager been warned? Has the staff been told some version of the elegant female thief? Has the city absorbed enough of the pattern that courtesy has acquired an edge? These questions begin to press upon the offender at every turn. The life once sustained by the lightness of passing grows heavy with accumulated trace. Trace is the true substance of a criminal name. The public often imagines criminal reputation in theatrical terms: the whispered title, the notorious face, the dramatic alertness of police and victims alike. In reality, it more often accumulates through sediment. One complaint is remembered because it was humiliating. Another is compared because it resembles the first. A description is passed along privately, then more formally. An officer hears a second story and remembers the first. A merchant warns a colleague not with full certainty, but with enough conviction to alter the colleague's posture toward the next elegant woman who asks the wrong sort of question in the right sort of tone. None of this yet amounts to perfect recognition. Does something more dangerous. It gives shape to suspicion. Sonya had become a shape. This did not mean that everyone knew her face or that every institution she encountered stood ready to seize her. It meant that the conditions of her work had changed at a deeper level. The old ease of entering purely as oneself in role was now complicated by the fact that others had begun, however imperfectly, to imagine the role she might be playing. A room can tolerate uncertainty. It is far less tolerant once uncertainty has been given a name, a type, a legend in embryo. Then hesitation shifts. It is no longer only the hesitation not to insult a lady. It becomes the hesitation of people sensing that to treat her as a lady may itself be the mistake. That change would have been perceptible first in nuances. The clerk looks up sooner than expected. The servant remains nearby under some harmless pretext. The manager appears at the counter before being sent for. The questions, still polite, carry an extra degree of emphasis. Nothing overt has happened. The scene remains civil, almost dull. Yet the atmosphere has thickened. For a criminal dependent on small social permissions, such thickening is the beginning of danger. The life may continue for a time within it, but not without greater effort, sharper calculation, and more exhausting vigilance. This is one meaning of the weight of a name: the loss of lightness in the act of moving. The earlier Sonya could enter a room as though the room owed her nothing beyond its ordinary arrangements. The later Sonya enters bearing the invisible company of previous rooms. Every remembered merchant, every delayed complaint, every retold humiliation, every description passed between those who guard valuables for a living, all of these now press into the present. She is never only the woman before the counter. She is also the possibility of the woman from before. Even when unrecognized, she is no longer untouched by recognition. There is another, more intimate meaning too. A criminal name does not weigh only because others carry it. It weighs because the offender must carry it as well. Sonya, by this stage, was not merely using roles. She had lived inside them long enough that they must have altered her relation to herself. The woman who can become many women for practical ends is not thereby freed from identity. She is burdened with its multiplication. Which name was used where? Which story accompanied it? Which city knows which version of the self? Which person encountered one role and might later cross paths with another? Which lie can still be drawn upon, and which has become too dangerous to repeat? This invisible bookkeeping is one of the least visible and most punishing facts of a life built on fluid identity. The public calls such a person elusive. The better word may be overburdened. A lawful life can grow heavy through responsibility, domestic labor, debt, illness, duty. A criminal life of Sonya's sort grows heavy through the accumulation of selves. None can be allowed to collide. All must be remembered. Each must remain available for use or retirement depending on what the next room demands. The mind becomes an archive of tactical versions, and unlike official archives, it cannot safely lose track of its holdings. The smallest contradiction may not merely embarrass. It may expose. What looks from outside like daring improvisation is very often, from within, relentless mental administration. This administration would have been especially severe for a woman. Women in the 19th century were expected, at least in respectable imagination, to possess continuity. Daughter, wife, widow, companion, lady, mother. Even when these roles changed, the social world insisted that each role explain the woman fully at a given moment. Sonya's life violated that expectation not only by criminal action but by sheer multiplicity. She was intelligible only in motion, only through adaptation, only by slipping between categories rather than settling cleanly inside one. Such women provoke disproportionate anxiety because they threaten the fantasy that womanhood is inherently legible. The more Sonya escaped simple placement, the more insistently the culture around her would try to fix her through some encompassing image. The criminal name was one such image. It offered a way of containing what ordinary gender categories could not. But containment in story is no relief when one still has to live. By now the life must have felt narrower even in its apparent brilliance. People often imagine notoriety as expansion. In one sense it is. The person occupies more minds, more rooms, more conversations than before. Yet for the offender herself, notoriety contracts. There are fewer safe places, fewer innocent interactions, fewer unconsidered moves. The field of action remains broad in geography perhaps, but thin in trust. Each success adds to the future burden. Each remembered elegance becomes a prospective warning. Each retold incident prepares the next room to resist. The criminal begins by living on credit extended by others' assumptions. She continues by living against the debt created when those assumptions start to fail. This debt is social, not moral in the obvious sense. It is the debt of attention. The world is watching more closely now, though not yet all at once and not yet always effectively. Merchants speak. Staff remember. Officers file. Cities learn by bruising. A woman who once relied on the laziness of status is now increasingly confronted by the sharpness of institutional embarrassment. And embarrassment is fertile soil for record. Many systems do not change until pride is injured. Sonya had injured pride repeatedly. She had shown that the guardians of class performance could be fooled by someone who had learned their own language better than they knew. Such an insult is never forgotten quickly, especially by men whose authority depends on appearing difficult to deceive. The name therefore grows heavier not only because it spreads but because it offends. One begins to see here why criminal celebrity can be so isolating. To be known in the wrong way is to move among projections. The merchant sees insult. The journalist sees copy. The reader sees delight or warning. The police officer sees pattern. The opportunist sees possible profit. The admirer sees glamour. The woman at the center of all this may still be acting strategically, but she is no longer meeting others on a relatively blank surface. She meets them through the haze of meanings that have begun to attach themselves to her. These meanings are not under her control. Some may even be useful in the short term. Taken together, they form a prison of anticipation. This prison is different from the one the state will later build, but it prepares for it. Once a name becomes weight, each new act is undertaken under a higher pressure of consequence. What once felt like a room becomes a test. What once felt like a role becomes a strain. What once felt like social fluency begins to resemble the endless maintenance of a precarious structure. If Sonya still dazzled, and she likely did, then the dazzling was now occurring under growing compression. The brilliance of the legend and the narrowing of the life advanced together. That doubleness is essential to this stage of her story. It is not yet the fall. It is not yet the closed door, the actual reckoning, the eastward punishment. It is still the period in which her power remains visible and operative. Yet the burden beneath it has become unmistakable. Sonya is still moving through bright rooms, still able to command impressions, still able to transform the rituals of wealth into opportunities for theft. But she is no longer light. She is carrying everything that has already been said, remembered, compared, and half-believed about her. She is carrying every previous room into the next one. And she is carrying the beginning of the crown. Titles do not arrive only at the end. Long before posterity fully names a figure, society begins feeling for a language grand enough to contain its fascination. Sonya may not yet be the queen of thieves in the complete and portable sense later generations would love, but she is already living under the conditions that will make such a title possible. She has become singular enough to require compression into image. Elegant enough to seem elevated above ordinary offenders. Memorable enough to deserve hierarchy in memory. The burden of a name is therefore also the burden of distinction. She can no longer become obscure without ceasing to be herself. That is one of the cruelest truths about criminal greatness. The things that lift a woman above anonymity are often the same things that deny her any easy way back into it. So Sonya continues, not because the path is safe, but because by now safety would require a surrender almost as severe as capture. To reduce herself into some smaller, dimmer life would mean abandoning not only method and income, but the whole self that has been built through method. The woman who enters, who judges, who carries authority convincingly, who understands rooms more deeply than those who own them. The weight of a name is therefore not merely the pressure of being known. It is the pressure of having become too much through that knowledge to step back easily into less. This is the point at which criminal life begins to harden. The bright rooms still open. The jewels still shine. The hotel corridors still extend their temporary privacy. But now every polished surface carries an undertone. The merchant may still smile, but his smile is no longer innocent. The staff may still defer, but their deference may be threaded with caution. The woman at the center of the exchange remains composed, but beneath the composure she is carrying a growing mass of stories, aliases, comparisons, and risk. The scene still works. It simply costs more each time. That cost is the true measure of the name she now bears, whether spoken or not. A name, after all, is only light when it has not yet learned how much it must carry. Sonya's had learned, and it was beginning to pull her downward even as it raced her higher in memory. Chapter 7. When the door hesitates, the beginning of the end is rarely dramatic. In criminal legend, decline often arrives dressed for the stage. The famous thief misjudges one room too many. A clerk's eye sharpens at the decisive instant. A door closes with symbolic finality. The audience is invited to feel that destiny has entered and the story, having enjoyed its season of wit and insolence, is now moving towards justice. Real life is crueler and less tidy. It does not usually collapse in a single beautiful moment. It frays. It thickens. It grows difficult in ways that are at first almost too small to name. For Sonya, the first true sign of danger was likely not that the door shut. It was that the door hesitated. Until now, the world had largely received her according to the old rules. Wealth trusting itself, service preserving decorum, commerce preferring ease to insult, strangers reading one another through the visible codes of class. Even after rumors began to gather around her kind of crime, those rules did not disappear. They softened, adjusted, bruised, but they still operated. That was why she could continue. But by the stage at which a name has begun to acquire weight, the old instinctive smoothness of reception starts to fail. Rooms do not become openly hostile all at once. They become fractionally less willing. That fractional unwillingness is one of the most dangerous conditions a confidence criminal can face. A fully suspicious room may at least declare itself. An entirely trusting room can be used. A hesitating room is harder. It still performs civility, but civility has acquired a pulse beneath it. A note of caution not yet strong enough to provoke rupture and not weak enough to ignore. The merchant smiles, but the smile has calculation in it now. The hotel clerk is polite but asks the question twice. The servant returns sooner than expected. The manager appears before he is strictly needed. The case is opened but not all the way. The goods are displayed but one hand stays nearer than before. Nothing has happened that can be answered with offended dignity. Nothing has happened that would sound absurd if later described to police. Yet the room is no longer giving itself entirely. This is what Sonya was now learning to detect. Her earlier power had depended on an astonishing literacy in atmosphere. She could read vanity, hierarchy, routine, class habit, and the little hesitations by which service protects wealth from embarrassment. Now she needed to read something more elusive. Institutional memory entering the room in incomplete form. A clerk who has heard a story but does not know whether to believe it. A merchant who remembers a warning but cannot connect it to the woman before him with enough certainty to act decisively. A hotel servant who has been told to be watchful without being told precisely for whom. The offender who lives by permission can survive these conditions only if she senses them before they fully declare themselves. That sensing is exhausting. One of the enduring fantasies about stylish criminals is that they float through risk with almost supernatural composure, as though their mastery over others exempts them from ordinary fear. The truth is more punishing. Fear remains. It is simply absorbed into method. By this stage of Sonya's life, calm could no longer be understood as ease. It was labor under pressure. She had to measure the room in real time while also appearing not to measure it at all. She had to decide whether hesitation was manageable, whether it could be turned, whether it was merely local awkwardness or part of a broader change that had already begun to move against her. She had to continue inhabiting the role even while testing whether the role still held. A woman in such circumstances lives divided. One part of the self remains visible, poised, unhurried, faintly insulated from practical difficulty, equal to the room, perhaps a little above it. Another part works furiously beneath the surface, assessing tone, distance, angle, routes, memory, the possibility of recognition, the risk of retreat, the cost of pressing on. These divisions are not occasional. They become the permanent structure of consciousness. What appears to observers as natural elegance is often only the perfected outward form of sustained internal strain. The hesitation of the door altered everything because Sonya's method was built on margins. She did not require universal trust. She required enough trust. Enough for the item to be brought out. Enough for the servant to step away. Enough for the room to assume coherence instead of investigating it. Enough for the small sequence of social cooperation to complete itself before anyone felt entitled to break its rules. When hesitation enters, these margins shrink. The exchange becomes less generous. The time available contracts. The risk rises without necessarily producing proportional reward. A life once nourished by smooth openings begins to survive on increasingly narrow allowances. At first, no doubt she would have adapted. Adaptation had always been her gift. A different tone here, a softer posture there, a new pace, a new city, a new claim, perhaps greater restraint in one environment and greater boldness in another. Criminal intelligence of Sonya's sort is never static. It evolves because it must. The woman who could not modify herself would never have reached this stage at all. She would have been fixed too early, trapped inside one role, one city, one set of habits easy for others to master. Sonya endured because she was not one thing. She was a moving relation between self and circumstance. But even the most gifted adaptation meets a limit. That limit does not always look like failure. More often it looks like increasing cost. One must move more often to achieve less. One must test more rooms to find one still vulnerable enough. One must work harder to sustain a credibility once granted almost reflexively. A life may continue under such conditions for some time, especially when institutions remain uneven and communication imperfect. Yet continuation is not the same as freedom. The offender no longer chooses from abundance. She chooses among narrowing options. This is the true significance of the hesitating door. It marks the point at which the criminal's world begins to organize itself against her type. Not against her alone necessarily, not yet, but against the polished female intruder, the traveler too at ease, the customer whose confidence no longer appears simply native but potentially tactical. Sonya, by now, had helped teach the century how to fear a certain sort of woman. That fear was not consistent, not efficient, not always accurate. Did not need to be. It needed only to become common enough in the right kinds of rooms that old reflexes began to stiffen. Once that stiffening starts, every room becomes slower. Slowness is death to certain forms of theft. The bright rooms that made Sonya possible had always depended on a kind of fluid motion. Objects brought forward, hands moving lightly, servants withdrawing discreetly, questions asked and answered within the rhythm of mutual social reassurance. She used that fluidity expertly. When the rhythm slows, however, the whole choreography of refined theft begins to suffer. The case opens later. The staff member remains longer. The request must be repeated. A superior is fetched. A detail is checked. The very smoothness that once protected the illusion now becomes thick with resistance. Nothing open enough to protest, but enough drag to make success uncertain and retreat more frequent. Retreat itself now acquires a different flavor. Earlier in her life, withdrawal from a room might simply mean good judgment. Not every setting is ripe. Not every opportunity is worth the risk. A clever criminal declines as often as she acts. But once the wider world has begun to hesitate, retreat ceases to feel strategic and begins to feel like evidence. The room did not yield. The old method did not quite land. The woman who once entered as inevitability now finds herself measuring whether it is safer to remain or to let the scene dissolve without profit. Each retreat teaches a hard lesson, that the world is changing faster than elegance alone can control. This would have sharpened Sonya's relation to cities. Cities are not all equally quick to learn nor equally slow. Some preserve habit longer than others. Some gossip faster. Some commercial circles are tighter. Some police are duller, some merchants prouder, some hotel worlds more porous, some more defensive. A woman like Sonya would have had to feel these differences at once, not abstractly but in the nerves. One city may still breathe her kind of opportunity. Another may suddenly feel stale with previous stories. A route once useful becomes thick with recollection. A class performance that worked beautifully in one place lands over brightly in another. The criminal map grows unstable beneath her. Instability at this stage differs from the old instability that taught her how to move in the first place. Earlier, instability belonged to the world's gaps. The spaces between bureaucracy and life, between class and performance, between stranger and stranger. Now instability belongs to the offender's own method. What once felt dependable in its unpredictability begins to wobble. The body that carried the role so convincingly still knows how to do it, but the environment no longer answers in the same register. Sonya could remain brilliant and still feel the method resisting her. There is something tragic in this, though not in a sentimental sense. She had mastered a social grammar only to watch the language itself begin to stiffen against her. The hesitation of the door also exposed something darker about her fame. People often assume that criminal celebrity expands power. In truth, it often hollows it. The person becomes larger in story and smaller in action at the same time. Others approach not only the woman but what she now signifies. Embarrassment, caution, style, threat, feminine deception, class insult. This makes the room overdetermined. It is no longer interacting simply with a potential customer or guest. It is interacting, consciously or not, with a cultural image in formation. Sonya may still appear before people as a particular body in a particular dress speaking in a particular tone, but part of what they respond to is not her immediate self. It is the pressure of stories already circulating around women like her. This is how the kingdom begins to turn against its queen. The bright rooms are still bright. The velvet still lies under the jewels. The hotel still promises order. The station still moves with the restless elegance of modern travel. Yet none of these spaces is quite hers in the old sense any longer. They are becoming watchful. Not wise, not fully coordinated, but bruised. A bruised social world does not become noble. It becomes guarded. Sonya had bruised it repeatedly. The marks were beginning to show. And still she continued. Of course she did. Criminal careers do not end simply because the atmosphere worsens. Need persists. Identity persists. Habit persists. The self built through years of successful action does not dissolve at the first sign of greater danger. To stop would have required not only prudence but somewhere else for that self to go. Respectable society rarely provided such exits, especially for women whose lives had already crossed too many hidden lines. Sonya's options were therefore never as generous as hindsight likes to imagine. She could adjust. He could move. She could attempt to shrink, sharpen, vary. She could not simply become harmless. This is why the hesitating door matters so much in the structure of her story. It is the point at which inevitability begins to fracture. The rise has not ended, but its conditions have changed irreversibly. The criminal woman is still at work, still dangerous, still mobile, still in some rooms magnificent. But beneath the magnificence, the rhythm has altered. Resistance is no longer occasional. It has become ambient. The world that once opened itself to her out of habit now opens more slowly, more conditionally, more suspiciously. That slowness will lead in time to refusal, then pursuit, then reckoning. For now, though, the truest image is a smaller one. A hand hovering a moment too long over a case. A clerk asking again. A servant not leaving. A smile with caution beneath it. A pause where once there had only been smoothness. The door has not yet closed. But it has begun to hesitate, and in that hesitation Sonya can already feel the sentry learning how to answer her. Chapter 8. The net begins to tighten. A criminal may survive suspicion. It is pattern that destroys her. Suspicion is human, inconsistent, often lazy. It flares and fades. It belongs to individuals. The merchant who feels something off but cannot say why. The clerk who hesitates yet still obeys. The servant who notices more than his employer but has no power to act on it cleanly. Pattern is different. Pattern belongs to systems. Once enough separate injuries begin to resemble one another, once memory hardens into comparison, once comparison finds its way into report, conversation, warning, or file, the offender ceases to trouble only the people immediately before her. She begins to trouble the structures around them. This was the phase Sonya had now entered. The door did not merely hesitate. The house itself had begun, however imperfectly, to learn. The phrase "the net begins to tighten" suggests coordination, and coordination is never as complete in life as legend prefers. The Russian Empire did not wake one morning with a unified understanding of Sonya Golden Hand. Hotels were not suddenly efficient fortresses. Merchants did not all become wise. Police did not dissolve distance with administrative magic. The empire remained what it had long been: sprawling, uneven, bureaucratic, full of delay, vulnerable to local ignorance, personal vanity, fatigue, and the ordinary stupidity of institutions. Yet weakness in a system does not prevent danger. It only changes its rhythm. A net need not be finely woven to catch. It needs only enough knots in enough places to begin narrowing the field. For Sonya, those knots were now forming. The sources and later stories alike suggest a woman operating across repeated environments: commerce, travel, temporary residence, spaces where wealth and etiquette met. What had once made these settings fruitful was their fragmentation. A theft in one city remained for a time, mostly the trouble of that city. A humiliated merchant might complain, but his complaint traveled unevenly. A hotel staff member might remember, but remembrance could remain local. A false name worked because names were often only lightly anchored in lived encounter. The interval between offense and institutional consolidation was where Sonya had thrived. Now, however, that interval was shrinking. Not disappearing, but shortening enough to matter. This is what tightening looks like before it becomes visible in arrest. A description repeated. A complaint taken more seriously than the last one. A police officer recognizing not a face but a method. A merchant warning another merchant. A manager instructing staff to be careful with a certain sort of woman. A city learning through humiliation. None of these acts alone would have been decisive. Together they altered the weather of Sonya's life. Weather is the right word because this kind of tightening is felt before it is seen. The woman at the center of it does not need official confirmation to know that something has changed. She knows it because rooms behave differently. The old ease is interrupted too often to be accidental. The right kind of deference arrives, but with too much scrutiny braided into it. The familiar rituals of service still proceed, but not with their former innocence. A porter's glance lingers. A clerk becomes oddly procedural. A manager remains nearby with that particular kind of politeness institutions produce when they are trying not to accuse while already half convinced. The atmosphere loses generosity. The offender can still act, perhaps brilliantly, but she can no longer act as though the world belongs to the old terms. One imagines Sonya feeling this in her body before she could have named it analytically. Criminal intelligence of her sort is somatic as much as strategic. It lives in the hand that knows when to remain still, in the face that feels a room cooling, in the spine that registers danger before the mind has fully organized the evidence. She had survived thus far because she could read human arrangements faster than most of the people governing them. Now she had to read something slower and more formidable: institutional learning. The old skills remained essential, but they were being asked to perform against a new adversary. Not merely vanity. Not merely deference. Not merely class theater. Now she was confronting systems beginning, clumsily but persistently, to remember. Institutional memory is one of the most dangerous things a criminal can face because it is so often unimpressive in appearance. It does not arrive draped in genius. It arrives as records, repeated descriptions, linked embarrassments, improved procedures, staff cautions, habits of comparison, growing willingness to believe that separate incidents belong to the same hand. Sonya had long exploited the distance between event and recognition. Now recognition was beginning to organize itself faster than before. That does not mean the state understood her completely. States rarely understand exceptional offenders in the nuanced way later books pretend. It means only that enough people in enough adjacent worlds had begun to suspect that these were not isolated disgraces. A woman like this existed. She moved like this. She worked in these settings. She relied on these assumptions. Watch for her. To be reduced to a woman like this is already a kind of defeat. Not in the theatrical sense, not yet. Sonya could still outmaneuver such rough classification for a time. But her power had always depended on the precision with which she managed perception. She knew how to become singularly believable in the moment. Once institutions start converting such singular performances into general profile, something vital is lost. The woman who once seemed exquisitely specific becomes, in police and commercial language, a category. Elegant female thief. False lady. Traveler of means. Socially accomplished deceiver. The file flattens. Yet flattening can still kill. One need not be known in all one's intricacy to be hunted effectively enough. Here the paradox of Sonya's criminal brilliance is fully visible. Everything that made her exceptional also made her describable. A lesser thief might disappear into anonymity precisely because she left nothing more memorable than damage. Sonya left style. She left posture, method, the emotional aftertaste of humiliation. She left scenes. Scenes are wonderfully survivable in memory and wonderfully dangerous in administration. A merchant might forget the exact cut of a sleeve or the date on which a theft occurred, but not the insult of having been so elegantly fooled. That insult sharpens recollection, and recollection sharpens the net. One should not imagine that the tightening net was purely official. Criminal worlds are never opposed simply by the state on one side and the offender on the other. They are also crowded by intermediaries, opportunists, hangers-on, lovers, fences, companions of convenience, servants with private loyalties, commercial employees who gossip, travelers who notice too much, rivals who profit from another's difficulty, and those who will always trade information if the exchange begins to favor them. The more visible Sonya became in story, the more dangerous her wider human field likely became in practice. Fame attracts not only fear but appetite. People want proximity to the notorious woman for reasons that rarely align with her safety. That is one reason tightening can feel so treacherous from within. The room is not the only place growing unsafe. Company is as well. A woman built around masks may find that others begin addressing not her but the story they know of her. Some will admire. Some will pry. Some will imitate. Some will attach themselves in the belief that reflected glamour confers protection. Some will wait for the moment at which reflected glamour can be converted into personal advantage through betrayal. None of this need be dramatic to be devastating. Criminal lives fray through information leakage long before a single dramatic denunciation occurs. Someone remembers where she was. Someone repeats a detail carelessly. Someone understands the value of association only once the law begins offering another valuation. A net tightens through mouths as often as through files. The emotional pressure of such a life is difficult to overstate. Sonya's later legend has a way of preserving only the winning surfaces. The poised woman, the intelligent hand, the perfect social timing, the humiliating brilliance of the act. What it obscures is the inward density required to continue under mounting scrutiny. By now she had to remember not only aliases and settings, But who knew what, who had seen which version of her, who might compare, who might talk, which cities had grown stale, which environments were too alert, which routines no longer paid for the risk they demanded. Every further move carried the weight of previous moves. Every success threatened to become evidence. Every relationship threatened to become conduit. This is why criminal notoriety is often lonelier than prison, at least in one sense. Prison constrains openly. Notoriety constrains diffusely. One cannot know where the next thread of the net begins. The room, the station, the desk, the companion, the city itself. Sonya, who had once relied on the helpful stupidity of class ritual, now had to act against a world increasingly animated by remembered insult. Wealth had begun, however reluctantly, to defend its dignity. Institutions had begun, however clumsily, to defend their procedures. The social world she once treated as a stage was beginning to answer back as a system. And yet she continued. Of course she did. There is a common fantasy that criminals, upon recognizing the net, might simply choose to step away and become private people again. The fantasy reveals more about respectable imaginations than about actual lives. Sonya could not simply detach herself from the self she had built. Her skills had become her mode of being in the world. Her income, her movement, her very sense of command were tied to the method. To stop would have required a future not obviously available to a woman already so deeply entangled in deception, notoriety, and the empire's growing memory. Even where stopping seems morally obvious in hindsight, it is often practically unimaginable from within the life itself. Moreover, the period in which the net tightens is often the same period in which the criminal is at her most formidable. Pressure can sharpen. Danger can refine technique. Rooms become harder, but the woman entering them is no novice. She has years of reading, adapting, improvising, retreating, and pressing forward behind her. It would be wrong to imagine Sonya simply blundering now towards ruin. More likely she became even more exacting, more selective, more conscious of small shifts. The tragedy of this stage lies precisely there. The woman may still be brilliant, yet the world has moved just enough that brilliance is no longer sufficient to guarantee escape. The result is a kind of historical compression. The life seems to move faster because it must. Fewer rooms can be trusted. Fewer cities remain innocent. Fewer routines are worth preserving. Time itself begins to change quality. Earlier, time was ally. The delay between theft and recognition, between one city and the next, between the event and its entry into some bureaucratic consciousness. Now time begins to work against her. The longer she continues, the more traces exist to be joined. The more traces, the tighter the net. The future starts arriving in the present more quickly than before. This is what gives the later middle of Sonya's story its almost suffocating tension. She remains in motion, but movement no longer signifies freedom. It signifies necessity. She remains elegant, but elegance no longer opens with the same generosity. She remains memorable, but memorability now cuts against her. She remains a story, but stories are feeding files and warnings as much as fascination. The queenly aura persists, yet beneath it lies the increasingly administrative fact that an empire, or at least its relevant fragments, has begun to find her shape useful. Useful enemies are the ones systems work hardest to contain. Sonya had become useful as warning, useful as explanation, useful as target. She gave merchants a reason to improve vigilance, gave police a figure through whom scattered complaints could be organized, gave moralists a polished example of modern female danger, gave the public a thrilling object onto which class anxieties and punitive desires could both be projected. The same qualities that elevated her in story made her more desirable to catch in practice. To take Sonya was not only to stop a thief. It was to restore the confidence of people and institutions she had made to look foolish. That desire sharpened the mesh. The net, then, was not only made of procedure. It was also made of pride. And pride, once wounded often enough, remembers remarkably well. Chapter 9. The Hour of Reckoning. A net does not need to close all at once to change a life. By the time Sonya Golden Hand reached the stage at which institutions, merchants, staff, and stories had begun to gather around her in something like pattern, the decisive change had already taken place. She was no longer living in the free interval between event and memory. She was living inside memory as it formed. Every further movement, every chosen room, every borrowed name, every elegant entrance now occurred under the increasing pressure of what had already been left behind. The old world had not vanished. Hotels still opened. Jewelers still displayed. Trains still carried strangers under the signs of order and refinement. But the innocence required for her method had thinned, and once innocence thins beyond a certain point, skill is forced into a different relation with time. This is the point at which criminal lives begin to feel historical even to the people living them. Earlier, the future remains abstract. Danger exists certainly, but as atmosphere, as possibility, as a price to be managed. At the hour of reckoning, the future suddenly hardens. It arrives not as a philosophical certainty but as procedure. A question is asked that cannot be glided past as easily as before. A comparison is made with more seriousness than the room can hide. An identity is checked. A delay is prolonged. A door is watched. An officer is informed sooner than expected. A name, perhaps false in itself, is placed too closely beside another known detail. None of these things alone must be theatrical. Indeed, the more terrible possibility is that they are ordinary. The empire that Sonya had exploited through its delays now began to answer through its routines. Routine is one of the great enemies of criminal glamour. It removes the exceptional feeling on which legend prefers to thrive. A queen of thieves unmasked by some singular drama is easier to imagine than a woman gradually reduced by record, by comparison, by the dull persistence of official appetite. Yet the latter is often the truer shape of capture. Systems rarely seize the remarkable at their own level of brilliance. They seize by flattening. A life of style is translated into description. A movement across cities becomes a set of locations. A repertoire of roles becomes a list of aliases. A series of humiliations to wealth becomes a sequence of offenses. The sovereign criminal self is not argued with. It is filed. This must have been one of the sharpest violences Sonya ever experienced. Not the loss of liberty alone, but the loss of scale. She had spent years mastering perception. She had made rooms read her as legitimacy, grace, money, belonging. She had controlled what others thought they were seeing closely enough to profit from their misreading. Now she confronted a system that did not need to appreciate her complexity in order to destroy her freedom. It needed only enough consistency to say, this woman, this method, this recurrence. To be reduced in that way is humiliating for any offender. For one whose power had depended so intimately on the control of appearance, it was annihilating in a specific and personal sense. The state was seizing not just the body but the right to say what sort of body it had before it. The hour of reckoning therefore cannot be understood simply as legal event. It is a crisis of identity. A woman who has lived through chosen forms enters a world determined to strip choice from form itself. The voices around her change. No longer is she received by clerks trained to flatter, merchants obliged to be civil, servants bound to deference, hoteliers invested in discretion. She is received by officials, guards, jailers, scribes, transport officers, functionaries of custody. Their task is not to be persuaded that she belongs. Their task is to prevent belonging from mattering. They do not ask what role she wishes to inhabit. They ask what can be written, what can be counted, what can be held, what can be moved. This is where the state always reveals its deepest hostility to certain criminal forms. It does not merely wish to punish the offense. It wishes to replace the offender's own logic of selfhood with administrative certainty. For Sonya, whose life had been built around movement, variation, and atmosphere, such replacement struck at the center of her existence. Her crimes had required quick reading, tactical adjustment, emotional control, and the capacity to move between names, tones, and settings with unusual fluency. Her strength had always lain in transition, between one place and another, one impression and another, one social category and another. Capture, by contrast, is the imposition of fixity. A person is stopped, designated, held within a particular version of herself whether she consents or not. For ordinary offenders, this is punishment. For a woman like Sonya, it was also symbolic reversal. The moving woman was made static. The improvising woman was made recordable. The woman who had turned procedure into delay was herself delivered into procedure without delay. The most likely emotional truth of such a moment is not grand panic but compression. A life broad with contingencies narrows abruptly. One's mind still wants to calculate routes, possibilities, tones, people, weaknesses, but the field in which calculation once mattered has changed. The room no longer belongs to social ritual. It belongs to custody. The old habits do not instantly disappear. They become useless, then painful in their uselessness. Sonya may still have read faces, tested voices, measured the intentions of those around her. A woman like her does not cease observing because the context has turned hostile. But observation now serves a new and poorer purpose. It helps preserve fragments of dignity, anticipate roughness, understand danger, perhaps seize tiny advantages. It no longer opens kingdoms. There is a particular sorrow in that loss. Not a sentimental sorrow and not one that excuses what came before, but a historical one. Sonya's crimes were inseparable from her intelligence. She harmed through skill. When the hour of reckoning arrived, the very qualities that had once given her exceptional range were forced into a smaller and smaller space until they could do little more than accompany her into confinement. This is often why captured offenders appear so transformed to later observers. The change is not only moral or physical. It is structural. The environment no longer permits the visible expression of the person they had become in motion. One must also remember that by now Sonya was not facing merely the law in some abstract sense. She was facing a century that had made use of her. Merchants wanted their dignity restored. Institutions wanted to show that visible order could still defend itself. Police wanted to convert rumor into success. The public wanted a criminal celebrity contained without losing the thrill of her story. She had become symbolically useful to too many parties at once. That fact matters because once an offender takes on symbolic weight, capture becomes emotionally charged. It is not experienced merely as the resolution of property crimes. It is experienced as a correction of insult. Insult lies at the heart of Sonya's hour of reckoning. She had not simply stolen jewels, money, or objects portable enough to vanish into the economy of crime. She had stolen confidence. She had shown that class could be imitated, that institutions of service could be manipulated, that men who believed themselves acute judges could be made ridiculous by their own social assumptions. These are not injuries the 19th century world forgave lightly. To seize Sonya was to answer those injuries. It was to say that the world might be deceived for a time, but in the end the power to classify, punish, and place bodies still belonged to the empire. Whether the empire deserved that confidence is another matter. Systems are not morally justified merely because they prevail. They are only strong enough in certain moments to prevail anyway. That distinction matters here because it resists the temptation to let the hour of reckoning feel like moral closure. There is no reason to imagine Sonya's capture and processing as some graceful restoration of proper order. The order answering her was itself brutal, hierarchical, punitive, and often indifferent to proportion. It did not become noble because it finally became effective. If anything, the contrast between Sonya's elegant violations and the empire's blunt machinery only reveals more clearly how different forms of power meet. She had used the softness of social ritual as cover. The state answered with the hardness of administrative force. From the outside, later writers may arrange this confrontation into balance. From within the life itself, it would have felt far messier. Fear, calculation, disbelief, perhaps anger, fatigue, the memory of previous escapes rising uselessly beside the new fact of being fixed. The queenly image later attached to Sonya must not mislead us here. Queenship in criminal legend is retrospective ornament. In the actual hour of reckoning, there is only a woman under pressure, carrying a body no longer protected by its old authority, entering the colder language of the state. This colder language announces itself through small humiliations before larger ones. The repeated question. The search. The denial of space. The removal of personal control over time. The replacement of chosen names with recorded identity. The translation of one's life into categories one did not choose. A confidence criminal who once lived by creating coherent appearances is now subjected to a system that does not care whether the appearance coheres, only whether the person can be placed. The degradation lies partly in that indifference. One has ceased to be a self-fashioning subject and become material for administration. There is no reason to suppose Sonya accepted this quietly inwardly, even if outward resistance was limited by circumstance. Criminals of her type often retain their pride longest precisely where it no longer has practical purchase. She may have remained composed. She may have watched. She may have calculated opportunities where others would have collapsed into confusion. She may have tried to preserve some remnant of the social authority that had once protected her. Such efforts would not be meaningless. In punitive worlds, Dignity often survives first as style after it has ceased to function as power. But no degree of style can erase the structural fact of the moment. The empire had answered and answered successfully enough to close around her. From this point on, Sonya's life could no longer be defined primarily by what she made happen in rooms. It would be defined by what institutions made happen to her. That shift marks the deepest truth of reckoning. The axis of action changes. Earlier chapters have followed a woman who entered, assessed, adapted, steered, withdrew, and left behind altered rooms. Now the room belongs to others. The future lies not in her next move across the map, but in the state's next decision regarding custody, transport, classification, and punishment. That is why the hour of reckoning is not simply dramatic climax. It is narrative conversion. A criminal life organized around initiative passes into a penal life organized around response. Yet even here in this severe turning, Sonya remained excessive to the systems trying to master her. This excess is part of why she endured. The file could reduce her but not quite exhaust her. The officials could hold her but not finally determine what she would mean. The public, having helped make her into a story, would not stop simply because the state had acquired her body. On the contrary, capture only changed the register of fascination. The woman once imagined gliding through polished interiors could now be imagined under watch. The contrast was irresistible. The legend, far from ending, darkened. It turned from brilliance in motion to brilliance under pressure, from queenly entry to queenly fall. That darkening belongs to later chapters. At the hour of reckoning itself, the crucial thing is simpler and harder. The net had ceased to be atmosphere and become fact. The room no longer hesitated because of her. It held because of her. And in that holding, the world she had exploited for so long finally declared, in its dullest and most powerful voice, that it had learned enough. Chapter 10. Eastward. Once the state has taken hold of a body, movement changes its meaning. For years, movement had been Sonya's medium. She had lived in the interval between places, in the subtle advantages created by distance, delay, anonymity, and social transition. Trains, hotels, city streets, hired rooms, stations, commercial interiors, and the long spaces between one recognition and the next had all served her. Movement did not merely protect her. It made her possible. She was most fully herself when in passage, arriving under one impression, departing under another, leaving behind confusion before memory could harden into coordination. The mobile century had given her a stage. Now that same century claimed motion for itself. This is one of the most devastating reversals in Sonya's story. The woman who once used geography as opportunity was now forced to experience geography as punishment. The state did not simply confine her. It moved her under its own logic. Every mile that had once meant possibility now became measure. Every transfer, escort, delay, inspection, and route belonged no longer to her calculations but to administrative design. The body still traveled, but it did not travel as a self any longer. It traveled as custody. That difference is the beginning of the eastward chapter. Punishment in the Russian Empire was never only a matter of sentence in the abstract. It was spatial. It was logistical. It was bureaucratic and geographical at once. The empire governed partly by distance, by the placing of bodies, by the removal of troublesome people from the environments in which they had acted, offended, belonged, or disrupted. This was not a side effect of penal practice. It was part of penal meaning. To be moved east was to be translated out of ordinary civic existence and into a harsher order in which time, space, and administration combined to wear down the person under sentence. For Sonya, that process amounted to the confiscation of her native element. She had built a life on chosen motion. The railway, the hotel, the road, the city, the temporary room, these were not merely backdrops. They were instruments. She understood their vulnerabilities. She knew how much could be done inside transit, inside delay, inside the brief social trust extended to the well-presented traveler. She knew that a stranger could be powerful precisely because she was a stranger. The eastward journey reversed all of this. Now she was the traveling body under guard, the recorded name. The person moved not because she had mastered uncertainty but because the state had fixed it upon her. Movement no longer conferred advantage. It announced dispossession. There is a brutal elegance to this reversal, and the empire understood it even if it never articulated it as such. The punitive system did not need to stage theatrical vengeance. It needed only to take the offender's strengths and strip them of autonomy. The thief who had once crossed rooms with assurance now crossed thresholds under supervision. The woman who had once chosen where to appear now appeared where she was sent. The person who had once used transit to stay ahead of memory was now absorbed into a machinery of transfer designed to prevent exactly that freedom. Her life had been built in the seams between institutions. Now she was inside the institutions, stitched into their process. Eastward movement therefore carried more than physical hardship. It carried symbolic force. It said, your old mastery over passage is over. The roads remain. The trains remain. The distances remain. But they no longer answer to you. This would have struck Sonya at the deepest level of identity. Earlier, capture had begun the work of fixity. Now transport intensified it. The self that had lived through adaptation met the state's colder insistence on placement. A room under arrest is one thing. A journey under sentence is another. Arrest stops. Transport redefines. It tells the offender that motion itself now belongs to power elsewhere. There can be no more pretense that this is a temporary interruption. The world has shifted from being field to being mechanism. Mechanism is one of the least glamorous and most crushing aspects of punishment. The legend of Sonya Golden Hand, like the legend of many celebrated criminals, prefers scenes over systems. It prefers the woman, the room, the theft, the unmasking, the contrast between brilliance and decline. What it does not easily preserve is the long middle space in which a human being is converted into penal movement. Yet that space matters profoundly because it reveals what empires do to bodies they wish not merely to punish but to reposition. The sentence is pronounced in language. The eastward journey makes language material. It turns judgment into route, custody, waiting, procedure, fatigue, inventory, interruption, and exposure. A person subjected to such movement does not simply suffer in transit. She is remade by it administratively. Her time is no longer her own. Her pauses are no longer tactical. Her relations to strangers are no longer mediated by social ambiguity but by hierarchy and custody. She is counted, inspected, watched, delayed, and advanced according to rhythms she did not choose. The body that once had to control how it was read now has far less power over the terms of reading. Officials do not ask whether she belongs in the room. They have already decided what room belongs to her. Guards do not need to be charmed. Clerks do not need to be persuaded that her name coheres with her bearing. The entire social field narrows. Movement is still happening, but almost all of its interpretive richness has been stripped away and replaced with command. This narrowing is one of punishment's deepest injuries. The public often imagines prison or penal transport primarily as the loss of liberty. That is true but incomplete. What is also lost is range of selfhood. Sonya had spent years living in multiple registers: customer, traveler, lady, stranger of means, woman who ought not to be challenged, woman who could make class work for her because she knew how it looked when embodied convincingly. Under eastward transport, these possibilities collapse. In their place comes a single imposed status: convict, prisoner, body under sentence. The woman who once inhabited many forms is driven into one. And yet the old forms do not vanish inwardly all at once. That is part of the pain. Habits of observation remain. Pride remains. The body still knows how to carry itself, how to read others, how to detect tone and weakness and pressure. A woman like Sonya would not cease, simply because she had been captured, to attend closely to the faces and manners around her. She would still measure officials, guards, other prisoners, clerks, escorts. She would still understand that institutions are run by people, and people can be impatient, vain, bored, kind, cruel, lazy, proud, inattentive, or unexpectedly responsive to the slightest shift in demeanor. But the use of such intelligence was now drastically reduced. It could no longer open kingdoms of opportunity. At best it could preserve fragments of dignity, anticipate danger, negotiate tiny mercies, avoid unnecessary humiliation, or hold some remnant of self-command against the flattening logic of the penal system. This reduction matters. It marks the point at which Sonya's gifts are translated downward from power into survival. That translation is one of the most anti-romantic truths in the whole story. The queenly aura attached to her later by memory can make it seem as though even under punishment she remains somehow enlarged, somehow still operating at the level of theatrical legend. The real force of the eastward passage lies in showing how much the empire could reduce without ever fully understanding what it reduced. Sonya did not cease to be intelligent because she was transported. She ceased to be in a world where that intelligence could act expansively. Punishment narrowed the scale on which she could still be herself. There is a further irony here. Sonya's criminal life had depended on the weaknesses of imperial and commercial systems. Their delay, their fragmentation, their assumptions, their vulnerability to surface. Now she was delivered into one of the Empire's greatest strengths, its capacity to use distance itself as discipline. Distance in this phase no longer means room to disappear. It means separation from the social environments in which her old life had made sense. It means removal from the bright rooms, from the jewelers' counters, from the city's coded hierarchies of display, from the temporary intimacies of travel, from the rituals of service and class that had once answered to her. The Empire's geography became not merely setting but punishment proper. To be sent east was to be stripped not only of liberty but of milieu. For Sonya, milieu had always been essential. She was not a criminal who could have flourished in any environment. Her methods belonged to a specific world. Modern, mobile, commercial, socially stratified, obsessed with visible legitimacy, dependent upon etiquette and therefore vulnerable to performance. The farther east punishment carried her, the farther it carried her from the ecosystem that had allowed Sonya Goldenhand to exist as such. This is another reason the journey matters so much narratively. It is the road by which the woman is removed from the very conditions that had made her legend possible. And still she remained herself enough to make that removal legible as tragedy. Not tragedy in the sentimental sense of innocence destroyed, but tragedy in the older sense of power meeting its limit through forces larger than itself. Sonya had not been harmless. She had used intelligence in ways that harmed, humiliated, and violated trust. But her punishment nevertheless reveals something stark about the century that produced her. The same world that gave her trains, hotels, merchants, urban anonymity, and luxury performance as tools of crime also gave the state its answer. Transport, distance, route, removal, repetition, attrition. The Empire generated both the opening and the closure. Sonya's eastward movement is where those two histories meet. This is also where the body begins to matter in a different register. In the bright rooms, the body had been instrument, disciplined, persuasive, carefully managed, protected by bearing, useful in its power to communicate legitimacy. Under transport, the body becomes burden. It must endure fatigue, scrutiny, interruption, confinement, discomfort, routine. It is no longer seen as social sign in the old way. It is processed materially. It must be moved, counted, searched, housed, fed, monitored. A criminal woman who once used the body to shape social interpretation now finds the body handled by institutions as matter before meaning. This is one of the great humiliations of punitive bureaucracy. It is indifferent to the aesthetic self. It reduces through procedure. Yet not entirely. Because Sonya was already becoming legend, even this journey would not be fully spared narrative charge. Those who later looked back on her life did not see merely any prisoner being moved east. They saw the woman who had once made wealth look foolish now subjected to the Empire's hardest grammar of command. The contrast feeds memory. It gives the public one of the structures it loves most. Brilliance followed by degradation. But the truth is heavier than that dramatic arrangement allows. The journey was not just a moral descent. It was work done by the state upon the body. Work done slowly, repetitively, administratively. The reader should not be allowed to forget that. No glitter survives transport unchanged. No carefully tuned poise can make a sentence evaporate. No legendary name can persuade distance to turn back once the Empire has decided to use distance as its instrument. Eastward, then, is the chapter in which Sonya enters the long corridor between criminal autonomy and penal fixity. The room is gone. The road remains but altered. The woman who once turned passage into advantage now discovers what passage feels like when every mile belongs to someone else. She is still moving. But the motion has changed sides. What had once been her greatest freedom has become the shape of her punishment. And the century that once opened itself to her now sends her onward under guard towards the place where legend and attrition will meet most cruelly of all. Chapter 11. The Woman on Sakhalin. At the far edge of Empire, the legend had nowhere left to hide from the body. This is what Sakhalin means in Sonya Goldenhand's story. Not merely distance, though distance mattered. Not merely punishment, though punishment shaped everything. Sakhalin signifies the point at which a criminal life once carried by movement, surface, atmosphere, and social manipulation is forced into confrontation with the most material facts of existence. Fatigue, weather, confinement, routine, aging, deprivation, scrutiny, and time no longer bent by personal will. The woman who had once moved through the bright interiors of wealth now stood in a place stripped of almost all the conditions that had made such movement powerful. If the earlier chapters have shown Sonya as a master of entry, Sakhalin shows what remains when entry is over. It is tempting to describe this as exposure, but the word requires care. Exposure suggests that punishment finally reveals the real woman, as though glamour and crime had been mere surfaces waiting to be burned away. History does not work so cleanly. The Sonya on Sakhalin was not more real than the Sonya in hotels, trains, jewelers' shops, and temporary interiors. She was simply subject to another order of reality. The world around her had changed so radically that the self she had built could no longer function at the scale it once had. That is not revelation in a moral sense. It is a shift in conditions, and conditions shape what a person can still do with herself. Yet the contrast remains devastating. The figure preserved in memory as Sonya Golden Hand belonged to a social world of polish and interpretation. She was remembered through clothes, bearing, timing, confidence, and the injury her crimes inflicted on class pride. Even where later tellings grew lurid or sentimental, they still relied on a basic visual vocabulary of criminal elegance. Sakhalin belonged to another vocabulary entirely. Here there was no velvet case, no flattering light, no staff trained in discretion, no merchant anxious not to offend, no room arranged to make wealth feel natural. Sakhalin reduced all that to irrelevance. Its language was distance, custody, exposure, repetition. It replaced theater with attrition. This is why the place matters so much in her afterlife. Certain penal geographies seem to concentrate meaning beyond the sentences officially attached to them. Sakhalin was one of those places. It had already entered the wider imagination as a harsh and distant terminus of punishment, a place where the empire externalized some of its most punitive energies by sending people not merely away but far away, into a regime of remoteness so severe that geography itself became part of the sentence. To be associated with Sakhalin was to be attached to the idea of punishment at its most extended and unforgiving. For Sonya, whose notoriety had depended so strongly on urban, socially dense, commercially bright spaces, this association created a contrast almost too perfect for memory to resist. It was as though the century had devised the most symbolically opposite setting possible for her final reduction. And still she arrived there as a person, not only as a symbol. That matters because criminal legend so often feeds on abstract contrast while neglecting the human burden inside it. The Queen of Thieves on Sakhalin is an image. The woman who lived under the conditions that image represents is another matter. She had a body. That body aged. It tired. It endured. It was subjected to institutions designed not to understand it but to process it. However vivid her earlier crimes had been, however great the intelligence they required, Sakhalin returned her to the inescapable fact that a body under punishment is a body first. It must sleep, be counted, wait, be watched, be exposed to weather and routine and the exhausting repetition by which prisons and penal colonies wear down individuality into manageable form. This is one of the great anti-romantic truths of her life. The public likes the brilliant criminal in motion because motion creates room for projection. One can imagine freedom, control, audacity, style. One can identify with the thrill of entering closed worlds and turning their own rituals against them. The penal colony destroys this fantasy not because it destroys meaning, but because it overloads meaning with matter. Here the body intrudes. Here glamour weakens under the pressure of simple endurance. Here the criminal who once seemed to float through arrangements of wealth is made to stand inside arrangements of punishment. The contrast is not just visual. It is existential. And yet Sakhalin did not erase the legend. It darkened it. This is one reason the later image of Sonya remains so haunting. If punishment had reduced her into pure anonymity, her story might have ended in the ordinary disappearance that claims so many offenders once their active lives are over. But she was too charged a figure for anonymity. The woman on Sakhalin was still being seen through the memory of the woman who had once humiliated merchants and moved through bright rooms with such dangerous ease. The result was doubleness. No one approaching her in narrative, recollection, or cultural memory could look only at the prisoner. They also looked at the vanished criminal image, and the distance between the two generated meaning almost automatically. This is a cruel burden for any human being to carry. An ordinary prisoner may be watched only as prisoner. A notorious one is watched as comparison. Everything about her becomes legible through before and after. Does she still carry herself like the woman she once was said to be? Has punishment altered the face, the body, the manner? Does some remnant of former composure remain? Has age, hardship, and confinement stripped away the old legend, or does the observer merely wish to see it stripped away? Such questions are rarely neutral. They convert the person under scrutiny into a test case for the observer's own needs. Some want justice made visible. Some want pathos. Some want the satisfaction of seeing glamour broken. Some want the melancholy of lost brilliance. The prisoner is not allowed to remain simply present. She is made to carry history on her skin. This is especially true of a woman. Female criminal celebrities are almost never permitted privacy in decline. A famous male offender may also be watched for signs of collapse, but a woman like Sonya is watched through layers of gendered expectation. Observers do not merely ask what punishment has done to her. They ask implicitly what the change means about femininity, beauty, deception, pride, and the instability of appearances. The elegant woman brought low is culturally irresistible because it appears to restore a threatened moral order. The woman whose poise once sheltered crime now appears without the protection of those old social forms. The body itself becomes the proof that performance was temporary. Yet the situation is not so simple. Performance may no longer command rooms, but it does not vanish. It contracts. It becomes smaller, harsher, more private. This is where Sonya's surviving powers must be imagined with caution. One cannot responsibly claim without evidence that she remained magnificent under punishment, or that she somehow turned Sakhaline into another stage for mastery. Such claims belong more to romance than to history. But neither should one assume total emptiness of self. A woman who has spent years reading people, managing tone, controlling outward signs, and using bearing as instrument does not simply become psychologically blank because she has entered a penal colony. Those capacities persist, though in shrunken form and under altered purpose. They may help her gauge officials, avoid needless conflict, preserve fragments of dignity, or hold some remnant of self-command beneath a regime that prefers flatness. On Sakhaline, such gifts could no longer produce criminal sovereignty. They might still produce endurance. Endurance is a lesser word than brilliance, but in some conditions it is the harder one. This chapter of Sonya's life therefore asks the reader to recognize a different kind of human force. Not the force that dazzles, enters, and manipulates. The force that remains when dazzling is useless. To endure a place like Sakhaline was not to triumph over it. It was to continue existing under arrangements specifically designed to reduce existence to habit, scarcity, obedience, and waiting. A romantic mind may want to convert that endurance into nobility. A punitive mind may want to call it deserved suffering and stop there. Neither response is sufficient. What matters historically is that the conditions were real, severe, and body-making. They changed what Sonya could be, and they changed how others could see her. This is why later witnesses and narrators matter so much here. Sakhaline was not only a place of punishment. It was also a place that attracted observation. Penal colonies generate records, reports, impressions, testimonies, and, in certain cases, literary or quasi-literary witness. The remembered Sonya on Sakhaline therefore enters us not as silent fact but as mediated presence. Observers see her already through the shadow of her fame. Their descriptions, even when valuable, are never free from the dramatic force of contrast. The woman once associated with elegant theft is now encountered in degradation, age, illness, or fatigue. That contrast tempts the observer toward meaning before evidence has fully spoken. It encourages arrangement. It invites a moral or emotional conclusion. One of the most powerful truths of Sakhaline is that it resists easy conclusion anyway. Punishment does not simplify the person, complicates the observer. One may want the reduced criminal body to confirm that the old glamour was false, that the world has righted itself, that suffering has finally stripped the legend down to bare fact. But all that actually appears is another historical layer. A woman in hard conditions seen by eyes already crowded with expectation. The old Sonya and the new Sakhaline body do not cancel one another. They exist uneasily side by side. That unease is why the image stays with us. We are forced to hold two truths at once. that she had once exercised remarkable social power, and that no such power could finally save her from the Empire's punitive machinery. Still, memory does not stop exploiting the contrast. Indeed, it often feeds on it. The criminal career provided the first drama. Sakhaline provided the second. The public that had enjoyed the image of the Queen of Thieves in motion could now consume the image of the Queen in ruin. This is one of the more disturbing features of criminal afterlife. Punishment can intensify fascination rather than quenching it. Decline becomes part of the legend's architecture. The audience is permitted to admire the ascent and then feel secure in the descent. Sonya's suffering is thus never only suffering in cultural memory. It is also narrative completion. That fact should make us uneasy. It means that the woman's pain remained useful long after her power had been taken from her. Yet even usefulness has limits. Sakhaline insists on materiality too stubbornly for complete aesthetic control. Whatever later memory did with Sonya, the reality remains that penal colonies are anti-spectacular in their daily operation. They wear people down through routine, through deprivation, through repetition rather than flourish. That is what makes the surviving image of Sonya there so powerful. It is not that she becomes a theatrical martyr. It is that theatricality begins to fail under the pressure of conditions that do not care about the forms through which she once lived. There is no social script here to exploit, no room to dominate through bearing alone, no elaborate etiquette to turn against itself. The body must simply continue. The self must contract enough to endure. This contraction is part of the Empire's answer to her life. It is not satisfied with punishment at the level of verdict. It wants to reduce the social space within which a woman like Sonya could exist. It wants to remove not only her liberty but her milieu, her materials, her field of improvisation, her use of movement, her access to class rituals, her participation in modern urban circulation. Sakhaline was the place where that ambition became most complete. If the bright rooms had nourished Sonya's legend, Sakhaline was where the Empire attempted to starve it of all practical fuel. And still the legend lived. That is perhaps the final bitterness of this chapter. The state could confine the body, but it could not wholly confine the meanings already attached to it. Those meanings traveled back across the Empire and beyond it. They were repeated, altered, darkened, romanticized, and moralist. Sonya the prisoner became part of Sonya the story. The Sakhaline woman did not replace the Queen of Thieves. She haunted her. And because she haunted her, the legend acquired depth no purely successful criminal career could have supplied. It now contained not only style but attrition, not only performance but punishment, not only movement but the exhausted body at the end of movement. This is where the book's emotional center lies. Not because Sakhaline redeems anything. It does not. Not because suffering erases harm. It cannot. But because here, finally, the abstractions of criminal celebrity are forced into the presence of historical pain. The woman who had become symbol is returned, however partially and imperfectly, to flesh. The Empire's edge strips away enough of the ornamental language to show what had always been at stake beneath it. A human being carried by intelligence into dangerous forms of agency, then carried by punishment into a geography meant to wear that agency down to almost nothing. Almost nothing. Not nothing. Because Sonya remained. Diminished, altered, no longer the moving force she had been but not vanished. The fact of her remaining is what kept the later image alive. She was still there to be seen, compared, interpreted, and remembered. She became, in that sense, one of the most unsettling figures in the history of female crime. Not the triumphant outlaw, not the neatly humbled sinner, but the legendary thief made visible at the far edge of empire as a tired, punished woman still carrying the afterimage of everything she had once represented. Sakhaline did not solve Sonya. It made her harder to forget. The woman at the penal margin was no longer opening doors. She was no longer turning wealth's manners against itself. She was no longer moving with the old authority through rooms built to flatter class. But in losing those powers she acquired another, grimmer permanence. She became the point at which glamour and history could no longer be separated without violence to the truth. And that truth was colder than legend, harder than punishment, and more enduring than either. Chapter 12. After the glitter. A criminal story does not end when the crime ends. It begins changing shape. This is one of the reasons Sonya Golden Hand survived where so many other offenders disappeared. The material life, the thefts, the disguises, the movement, the capture, the transport, the punishment, the penal decline, was only the first life. After that came another, the life in memory. That second life obeyed different laws. It was not governed by what Sonya could do in a room, but by what others needed her story to do in theirs. It moved through rumor, journalism, anecdote, literary treatment, moral commentary, nostalgic criminal folklore, and the wider human habit of turning difficult women into symbols once their bodies are no longer in a position to answer back. This chapter begins there, in the strange brightness that remains after the original glitter has gone. Not the brightness of jewels, velvet, display, and refined theft. That was the brightness of the active career, the brightness of rooms in which wealth believed itself safe and Sonya knew otherwise. What remains now is another kind of shine, the shine of narrative attraction. Some stories continue to catch the light long after the historical conditions that produced them have disappeared. Sonya's was one of those stories. Indeed, the loss of the original glamour may have made the second kind more potent. Once the real body had been worn down by punishment and distance, memory became freer to rearrange what was left. This is what happens after the glitter. The story begins to belong less to the woman and more to the century that remembers her. Such remembrance is never neutral. A culture does not preserve a criminal merely because the criminal existed. It preserves her because she answers a need. In Sonya's case, the need was unusually rich. She had humiliated the right sort of people in the right sort of settings. She had revealed the fragility of class signs. She had performed femininity in ways that were useful, threatening, and unforgettable. She had been punished harshly enough to satisfy moral appetite without becoming simple enough to lose fascination. She could therefore be made to serve many purposes at once. This made her durable. To understand her afterlife, one must first understand how memory itself behaves. Memory does not preserve proportion. It preserves charge. It keeps what stings, what flatters, what warns, what entertains, what allows a society to rehearse its anxieties in manageable form. Sonya had given memory excellent materials. There were the bright scenes, the well-dressed woman, the jeweler's case, the hotel corridor, the self-possessed traveler, the delayed realization, the social insult concealed inside elegance. There were the dark scenes, the arrest, the sentence, the movement east, the diminished body, the penal colony, the distance between criminal legend and punished woman. Between these poles lay everything memory most enjoys: rise, brilliance, exposure, fall, persistence. It is difficult to imagine a more narratively useful criminal life. That usefulness, however, depended on compression. The years of strain, repetition, and careful self-management that had made Sonya possible did not travel as easily as the scenes. The long labor of performance, the slow accumulation of pattern, the mental burden of aliases, the body's growing fatigue, the endless calculations required to keep moving under increasing scrutiny, these things belong to history, but they do not belong to legend unless a patient writer insists upon them. What legend prefers are emblems. The queen, the false lady, the elegant thief, the woman on Sakhalin. Each image carries part of the truth, but only by sacrificing other parts to clarity. This is why the posthumous Sonya begins to feel cleaner than the living one ever could have been. The living woman was contradiction in motion. She was observant, strategic, harmful, adaptive, socially fluent, increasingly burdened by her own recognizability, and then gradually worn down by structures larger than herself. The remembered Sonya becomes easier to hold. She may remain contradictory in broad outline, but the contradictions are arranged into shapes the audience can tolerate. In one telling, she is daring, stylish, almost intoxicating in her command of social theater. In another, she is cautionary, morally rotten beneath polish, proof that modern life lets corruption dress itself elegantly. In another still, she is tragic, not innocent but reduced by punishment into something melancholically human. Each version is incomplete. Together they form the early architecture of afterlife. This is the point at which the woman begins to be outnumbered by her interpretations. That process had begun while she was still active. Now, after punishment, it accelerates. The physical person is no longer moving through rooms creating fresh events to complicate the image. The story becomes easier to handle because the future is closed. Once a life can no longer surprise, culture begins organizing it with confidence. It selects beginnings, middles, and endings. It imposes structure. It pares away uncertainty where uncertainty is inconvenient. Sonya's life after the glitter thus becomes more narratable precisely because the living force at its center has been reduced. The danger is over. The symbol can now expand. There is something predatory in that expansion. The same public imagination that delights in certain criminals often feeds upon them most hungrily once they can no longer contest the use being made of them. Sonya had once used others' expectations for her own gain. After the glitter, others used her. They used her to think about class, femininity, urban life, deception, punishment, modernity, social performance, and the uneasy pleasure people take in the criminal who humiliates wealth. She became available for projection on a scale no living criminal ever controls. That availability is one of the hidden costs of notoriety. The striking thing in Sonya's case is how well she lent herself to contradictory uses. She could be made glamorous without being exonerated. She could be punished without losing allure. She could be degraded without becoming dull. She could be moralist over without becoming fully inert as a symbol of illicit pleasure. This flexibility is a large part of why the story kept living. Most criminals survive in memory only if they can satisfy one or two stable emotional functions. Sonya satisfied several. She gave the audience the thrill of transgression, the insult to class vanity, the spectacle of female criminal intelligence, the reassurance of punishment, and the lingering discomfort that punishment did not quite cancel admiration. Few narratives offer so many returns. One sees here why later retellings often feel drawn not only to the active thefts but to the afterimage of them. The stolen object matters less than what the theft seemed to reveal. The jeweler's humiliation matters more than the ledger. The polished deception matters more than the precise sum. The woman herself begins to function as a lens through which larger questions are viewed. How secure is class when class can be imitated? How trustworthy is femininity when femininity itself can be performed tactically? How modern is modern life if its very expansion of mobility and comfort opens new paths for refined deception? These are the questions that keep Sonya alive after the material circumstances of her crimes have faded. And yet afterlife also produces forgetting of a specific kind. Not forgetting of the story, that remains, but forgetting of scale. The legend can make it seem as though Sonya moved from one elegant triumph to another in some continuous chain of brilliance until the empire finally answered. Real life would have been messier. False starts, wasted effort, repeated strain, uneven rewards, fear, bodily management, constant vigilance, shrinking opportunities, the slow pressure of institutional learning. After the glitter, these harder textures are among the first things to vanish from public consciousness. What remains are the bright nodes of significance and the dark nodes of punishment, with much of the exhausting middle ground stripped away. This stripping is one of the reasons criminal afterlives often feel cleaner than history deserves. The public prefers narrative clarity because it permits feeling without too much friction. Sonya can be admired in her ascent, pitted or measured in her decline, and retained as symbol without forcing the reader to dwell too long in the actual labor and damage of a life built on confidence theft. The reduction is not harmless. It distorts victims, obscures structures, and steals proportion from the woman herself. But it is historically revealing. It shows what kinds of stories a society most wants from its criminals. In Sonya's case, society wanted a criminal woman who could remain vivid beyond punishment. That is not a small distinction. Many stories of female crime end in mere warning. The woman is punished and the punishment is supposed to settle everything. Sonya would not settle. The body on Sakhaline did not erase the woman in the bright rooms. Nor did the woman in the bright rooms fully eclipse the punished body. They continued to illuminate one another in unstable ways. After the glitter, this instability became one of the story's great strengths. She could not be reduced to a single moral instruction. Something remained unresolved, and unresolved figures have longer lives in culture than neat ones. Part of that unresolved quality lies in the relation between beauty and harm. Not beauty in the narrow physical sense, though later tellings often lean heavily on that. More broadly, beauty as style, ease, polish, composure, the aesthetic coherence of the criminal act is remembered. Readers and listeners have long granted certain offenders a dangerous indulgence when their crimes arrive wrapped in elegance rather than brute force. Sonya benefited from that tradition. Her story allowed the public to flirt with admiration while insisting on disapproval. After punishment, the indulgence did not disappear. It merely changed register. One could admire the old brilliance in retrospect while contemplating the cost. This is another reason the story endured. Let people feel two things at once and call the mixture wisdom. But the enduring afterimage of Sonya is not only about criminal charm. It is also about modernity. She belonged to a world newly organized around mobility, display, service, and the increasingly porous relation between person and presentation. That world did not end with her. Later generations could still recognize themselves in its anxieties. They too worried about fraud, status, strangers, surfaces, and the possibility that those who seem to belong may be wearing belonging like a costume. Sonya's life therefore traveled well because the structural fear beneath it traveled well. She remained legible beyond her century. This is why, After the Glitter, should not be read simply as aftermath. It is also transmission. The criminal act enters culture by leaving behind a reusable anxiety. Sonya left several. She left the anxiety that class is imitable. She left the anxiety that femininity can be tactical. She left the anxiety that polite institutions are often least prepared for the dangers, most completely fluent in their own rituals. She left the anxiety that punishment can break a body without resolving the meanings attached to that body. These anxieties are what kept the story alive even after the bright rooms themselves had faded into the past. There is another element too, the strange dignity of incompleteness. If Sonya's life had survived in exhaustive documentary detail, she might be easier to classify and therefore paradoxically less haunting. The gaps around her allow memory to keep working. They permit re-entry. They invite retelling. A fully closed life produces scholarship. A partly open one produces legend. Sonya has had both, but the legend has always had the advantage in portability. After the glitter, the unresolved parts of her life became not weaknesses in the story but part of its power. They allowed her to remain slightly beyond possession. That does not absolve the historian of responsibility. On the contrary, it increases it. Once the criminal life has passed into afterlife, every telling risks becoming one more act of appropriation. To write Sonya now is to enter a field already crowded with uses, fantasies, warnings, and aesthetic improvements. The task is not to destroy those layers. They are themselves historical evidence, but to recognize them and refuse to let them masquerade as the whole truth. After the glitter, honesty requires admitting that what survives is not merely the woman or merely the myth, but a dense mixture of both, structured by the needs of those who kept telling her. This chapter, then, marks the transition from life to cultural persistence. The active criminal has gone. The punished woman remains in history. The remembered woman begins to multiply. She is no longer operating on the world directly through rooms, thefts, and false identities. She is operating through the meanings others draw from her. This is a less visible but in some ways more powerful form of survival. It makes her not simply a subject of the past, but a tool by which the past keeps speaking about class, gender, punishment, and social performance. After the glitter, Sonya could no longer command the room. But she could still command the imagination, and the imagination, less disciplined than the law, less honest than the archive, more durable than either, would do more to preserve her than any record of stolen jewels ever could. The rooms had darkened. The body had been punished. The empire had pushed her to its edge. What remained was not innocence, not closure, not redemption. What remained was a story bright enough to continue attracting the eye, even after the light that first made it shine had gone. Chapter 3. The uses of a criminal woman. Once a female offender enters public memory, she rarely remains her own. This was true of Sonya Goldenhand while she was still alive, and it became truer after punishment had placed distance between the woman and the crimes through which she first acquired notice. At that point, she no longer existed only as a historical person whose acts could be listed, judged, or placed within the machinery of the law. She also existed as a cultural resource. She could be summoned, shaped, simplified, sharpened, and made to serve purposes far beyond anything she herself had chosen. Her life became available for use. This chapter is about that use. Not use in the narrow sense by which one criminal profits from another, nor even the practical uses to which police, merchants, and officials had already put her name while she remained active. It is about cultural use, the way a society takes a memorable woman and turns her into warning, entertainment, argument, symbol, fantasy, lesson, and proof. Sonya was particularly vulnerable to this process because so much about her offended classification. She was a woman and a thief, stylish and criminal, socially fluent and illegitimate, punished and yet still compelling. Such figures do not lie quietly in history. They are seized again and again by the imaginations that follow them. What work, then, did Sonya perform after she could no longer act for herself? The first and most obvious use was moral. Moralists had no difficulty finding in Sonya exactly what they required. She could be made to prove that appearances deceive. She could be made to prove that modern urban life had weakened old forms of certainty. She could be made to prove that elegance was no guarantee of virtue, that women who moved too easily through the public world might conceal corruption beneath refinement, and that social trust, especially masculine trust in feminine gentility, had become a dangerous indulgence. In this use, Sonya became a warning against surface. The lesson was simple, portable, and deeply satisfying to respectable anxiety. Look more closely, trust less readily, remember that vice now dresses well. Such a lesson did not need to be fair to be effective. It needed only to answer a social fear already waiting for a figure to carry it. The 19th century, like many centuries before and after it, was uneasy about the relation between appearance and essence. It preferred to imagine the two as naturally linked, rank showing itself in bearing, virtue in comportment, moral order in visible self-command. Sonya troubled this preference because she seemed to demonstrate that the signs of legitimacy could be reproduced by someone to whom legitimacy did not, in the eyes of the social world, properly belong. To preserve faith in visible order, society needed to recast her not as proof that the order was theatrical, but as proof that one must guard more sternly against imposture. Thus the criminal woman became a moral instrument. But morality was never the only appetite she served. There was, alongside it, the appetite for pleasure. Not innocent pleasure, but the covert enjoyment people often take in stories that humiliate the secure. Sonya's crimes lent themselves to this because they were remembered less as acts of brute violence than as acts of social inversion. A jeweler's confidence was turned against him. A hotel's polished discretion became complicity. Wealth, which likes to imagine itself both natural and discerning, was made foolish through its own habits. For audiences not wholly aligned with the self-love of the respectable classes, there was something undeniably satisfying in this. Sonya could therefore function as a fantasy of reversal, the outsider mastering the insider's code well enough to embarrass them by means of it. This does not make her innocent. It makes her useful to resentment. The public has always had a conflicted relation to criminals who strike upward or seem to. Such offenders are rarely embraced openly as heroes. Open admiration would be too compromising. But they are often granted a strange indulgence. Their crimes are narrated with more sparkle, their wit receives more emphasis, their style softens judgment, their victim's vanity becomes part of the pleasure of the tale. Sonya profited in memory from exactly this ambivalence. She could be condemned and still enjoyed. Indeed, the condemnation often functioned as social cover for enjoyment. One called her dangerous while privately relishing the image of a woman who could walk into the fortified rituals of class and quietly turn them inside out. This made her especially attractive to writers. A writer does not need innocence in a subject. A writer needs tension. Sonya offered it in abundance. She could be presented as elegant and predatory, modern and folkloric, intelligent and destructive, theatrical and deeply historical. She moved through environments already rich with narrative charge: hotels, trains, jewelers' shops, city interiors arranged around status and display. She crossed from ascent into punishment, from urban brilliance into imperial exile. She could sustain irony, suspense, atmosphere, pathos, and moral commentary all at once. Few criminal subjects travel so easily between registers. That flexibility is one of the reasons she endured. Yet literary usefulness came at a cost. Writers tend to sharpen. They do not always fabricate from nothing, but they almost always shape, select, pace, and heighten. A criminal like Sonya, already so close to theatrical perfection in outline, invited exactly that treatment. One scene is made cleaner, one gesture more perfect, one humiliation more symmetrical, one contrast more stark. The result is not always falsehood. It is arrangement. But arrangement matters. A life repeatedly arranged begins to lose the untidy middle textures that made it human. Uncertainty shrinks. Contradiction is distributed into more satisfying proportions. The criminal woman becomes narratively legible at the expense of proportional truth. This is one way culture steals from her. Another way is more specifically gendered. Female offenders are rarely remembered as merely offenders. They are made to carry arguments about women more generally. Sonya's memory shows this clearly. She was not only a thief in afterlife. She became a type of woman. The false lady, the enchantress, the actress, the predator in fine dress. The unsettling proof that feminine poise could conceal aggression rather than softness. Some tellings sexualized this. Others moralized it. Others romanticized it into a kind of dark charm. But beneath all the tonal differences lay the same impulse, to make her useful as commentary on femininity. This impulse deserves closer attention because it is not incidental. A male thief, however notorious, is often allowed to remain technically himself. His crimes may stand as evidence of vice, class resentment, modernity, or urban corruption, but he is less often asked to carry the burden of representing manhood itself. The female criminal rarely receives that mercy. Her life is stretched outward into a social diagnosis. What does she say about women? About female independence? About beauty? About public freedom? About sexuality? About the danger of women who are not where society expects them to be? Sonya drew all of these questions to herself because she had used precisely those social assumptions as part of her method. She therefore became available as evidence in arguments that far exceeded the scale of her own acts. One script cast her as seductress. This had obvious appeal. It rescued men from the insult of having been duped by recasting deception as enchantment. If a woman had fooled them, perhaps she had done so not through their complacency or vanity, but through some special female power to cloud judgment. In such tellings, masculine error becomes less embarrassing because it is reframed as the natural consequence of feminine danger. The account flatters male weakness while punishing female intelligence by sexualizing it. Sonya, in this script, is not merely a strategic reader of class and service. She is a dangerous woman in the old mythic sense. Alluring, unreadable, destabilizing to masculine confidence because she operates through charm rather than force. Another script cast her as corruption in silk. Here her elegance became sinister rather than alluring. The point was no longer the thrill of her fluency, but the horror that fluency itself could be counterfeit. She became evidence that modern vice no longer looked rough, poor, or visibly desperate. It could arrive polished, composed, even aristocratic in appearance. This was immensely useful to moralists because it allowed them to transform Sonya from an embarrassment to the class system into a defense of it. If the danger lay in counterfeit elegance, then true elegance might still remain pure in theory. The problem was not that class signs were theatrical. The problem was that wicked women had learned to mimic them too well. Thus the story could be made to protect the very order it had once disrupted. But Sonya also lent herself to a third and less official use, the use of illicit admiration. There are figures in criminal history who become, if not heroes, then objects of speculative allegiance. People imagine siding with them not because they mistake them for good, but because the offender appears to have revealed something unpleasantly true about the world. Sonya risked becoming such a figure because she exposed the fragility of social recognition. She showed that class could be worn. She showed that the rituals of wealth could be learned from the outside and exploited from within. She made visible the performance at the heart of respectability. For those excluded from secure belonging, that revelation could feel strangely liberating. It suggested that hierarchy was less ontological than it claimed. Its signs could be studied. Its authority could be borrowed. Its confidence could be made to fail. This is perhaps the deepest use to which Sonya was put. She became a way of thinking about the instability of social categories themselves. Every rigid society depends on visual cues by which it decides who belongs, who may be trusted, who is entitled to service, who is entitled to privacy, who may ask without seeming to beg, who may hesitate without seeming suspicious, who may carry authority into a room without first proving the right to it. Sonya's life challenged the reliability of those cues. It suggested that belonging might be less a fact than a performance. That suggestion is explosive. A culture cannot easily live with it without trying either to deny it or to turn it into story. Sonya became that story. She was useful because she condensed large anxieties into one memorable woman. One could tell her tale and, under cover of recounting crime, discuss a whole world of fears. The city, the stranger, the ambitious woman, the counterfeit lady, the uncertainty of status, the weakness of institutions built on politeness, the inadequacy of masculine discernment, the pleasure and shame of admiring criminal style. To speak about Sonya was never just to speak about Sonya. It was to speak about modern life under a mask made portable by gender and crime. This portability helps explain why she persisted across time and context. The exact details of her life belong to the Russian Empire. The meanings attached to her do not remain so confined. Later generations, even those far removed from the specific worlds of 19th-century Russian commerce and punishment, can still understand the appeal of the woman who passes where she should not pass, who reads status better than those born into it, who turns hospitality into weakness, who unsettles certainty by performing it too well. Sonya's afterlife therefore does more than preserve a biography. It preserves a structure of feeling that remains legible whenever societies worry that the signs by which they sort legitimacy from danger are no longer secure. None of this would matter if use did not distort. But distortion is built into cultural survival. Every time Sonya was used as warning, fantasy, social diagnosis, gender parable, criminal ornament, or literary instrument, something was taken from her. Complexity usually. Proportion certainly. The lived texture of a life made through exhaustion as much as brilliance. The injuries she caused. The injuries the state inflicted in turn. The unstable line between self-invention and social pressure. The difficulty of ever knowing where performance ended and necessity began. These harder truths are poor raw material for ready use. So culture trims them away. It preserves what can be handled. This is another theft in a life full of thefts. The woman who stole through elegance had elegance stolen back from context. The woman who manipulated appearances was reduced to appearances. The woman who refused easy classification became endlessly classified for other people's convenience. And yet without these acts of use she might not have survived in memory at all. This is the paradox the historian cannot escape. The same processes that distort Sonya also keep her alive. There is no clean moral answer to that paradox. There is only method. One must recognize the uses without pretending they can be peeled away to reveal some pristine core untouched by interpretation. There is no such core waiting behind a curtain. Sonya's historical existence and her cultural use have been entangled for too long. The right task is not purification but pressure. To ask of every version, what is this doing? What fear does it organize? What pleasure does it grant? What complexity does it flatten? What kind of woman does it need Sonya to be? Those questions do not destroy the afterlife. They make it readable. And once it becomes readable, something striking appears. The society that used Sonya most eagerly was also the society she had unsettled most deeply. It wanted her as warning because she had exposed its trust in surfaces. It wanted her as entertainment because she had humiliated its rituals. It wanted her as gendered lesson because she had turned femininity into tactic. It wanted her as punished spectacle because it needed to believe that the order she mocked could still, in the end, restore itself. Each use is therefore also an admission. The culture could not stop returning to her because she had touched something structurally sore within it. That soreness is why the uses multiplied instead of settling into one. A merely wicked woman produces one kind of story. A merely clever thief produces another. Sonya produced too many at once. She could not be kept in a single moral drawer. Her elegance prevented simple disgust. Her punishment prevented simple celebration. Her femininity prevented neutral criminal classification. Her intelligence prevented easy dismissal. Her instability as archive prevented final possession by any one interpretation. She remained permanently reusable because she remained permanently unresolved. That unresolved quality is not weakness. It is the secret of her endurance. The uses of a criminal woman tell us, in the end, less about criminality than about the culture doing the using. Sonya was made into lesson, caution, fantasy, seduction, insult, emblem, and entertainment because the world around her needed a figure through which to think about its own fragilities. She became that figure not because she was innocent of harm, but because she was so unusually fitted to expose the places where certainty failed. After the glitter, after punishment, after the body had been carried to the edge of empire, she still worked. Not by will. By use. And in that strange second life, neither wholly hers nor wholly separable from her, Sonya Golden Hand became one of the clearest examples of what happens when a woman commits crimes too symbolically charged for history to leave her alone. Chapter 14. What the archive can and cannot hold. At a certain point in any historical life saturated by legend, the difficulty is no longer finding story. The difficulty is surviving it. By the time Sonya Golden Hand passes fully into history, there is no shortage of narrative around her. There are scenes, impressions, anecdotes, descriptions, interpretations, warnings, embellishments, literary uses, moral uses, and the long afterglow of a criminal name polished by repetition. The problem is not silence. The problem is excess. Too much has already been said in forms too eager to mean. Each retelling arrives with confidence. Each image presents itself as though it has merely carried forward what was already there. Yet criminal memory, especially where women are concerned, rarely preserves proportion. It preserves what can travel. What can travel is not always what can be trusted. This chapter therefore turns from use to evidence. Not because evidence stands apart cleanly from use. It does not. But because any serious reckoning with Sonya must eventually ask what remains when fascination is forced to answer to record, and what record itself becomes when it is read without illusion. What can the archive actually tell us about a woman like this? What does it preserve and at what cost? What kinds of truth does it favor? What kinds of life fall through its grasp? And what honesty is required when writing a criminal woman whose very existence in memory has already been shaped by other people's needs? These questions matter because the archive is not a vault of untouched fact. It is a system of survival governed by power. This is always true, but it is especially visible in criminal lives. People like Sonya do not usually enter the record because someone loved them enough to preserve their ordinary days. They enter because institutions needed to classify, accuse, observe, punish, or describe them. Police needed a profile. Courts needed charges. Penal authorities needed bodies counted, routed, contained. Journalists needed copy. Memoirists needed memorable figures. Writers needed narrative shape. The archive that reaches us is therefore already weighted toward moments of friction. Arrest, suspicion, description, sentence, notoriety, decay, rather than toward the long continuity out of which a life is actually made. The result is a peculiar illusion of abundance. There may seem to be much to say because the materials are eventful. A name appears here, an alias there, a charge, an anecdote, an observation, a description of manner, a remembered scene, a later recollection of decline. Such fragments tempt the historian into believing that the woman herself is close at hand. But fragments are not fullness. They are points where a life struck something hard enough to leave a mark. They show interruption, not continuity. They tell us where institutions or narrators found Sonya useful enough to notice. They do not, by themselves, restore the ordinary texture of her existence. This distinction is essential. Without it, one begins to confuse vividness with reliability. Sonya's archive is rich in exactly the wrong way for easy truth. It contains things a reader loves: a memorable criminal woman, a century of class anxiety, social performance, punishment at the empire's edge, and the irresistible contrast between elegant offender and diminished convict. The danger is obvious. One begins wanting the archive to behave like literature because so much of what has survived is already half literary in shape. The historian must resist this temptation, not by pretending the archive is dry and objective, but by recognizing how often it has already been arranged toward feeling. This is especially true in the case of female offenders. The archive does not merely record such women. It interprets them in advance. A man accused of theft may be described by height, age, dress, known associates, prior offenses. A woman accused of analogous crimes often acquires an additional layer of explanation almost immediately. Her appearance becomes meaningful. Her bearing becomes moralist. Her voice, charm, beauty, composure, emotional manner, and relation to ideal femininity are drawn into the evidentiary atmosphere whether they belong there or not. Observers want not only to know what she did, but what kind of woman she therefore was. The archive, in such cases, becomes crowded with premature interpretation. Sonya's record bears this pressure heavily. She appears not merely as offender but as type: false lady, adventuress, seductress, actress, criminal woman of polish, social deceiver. Each of these designations tells us something. None tells us everything. They are valuable less as transparent access to Sonya's essence than as evidence of the frameworks through which she was seen. That distinction matters enormously. If one reads these descriptions naively, one reproduces the gendered simplifications through which female criminality has always been made legible to others. If one discards them entirely, one loses evidence of how Sonya functioned within culture. The archive must therefore be read twice at once. Once for what it claims about her and once for what its claim reveals about those making it. This double reading is not an obstacle to history. It is history. Indeed, it may be the only way to approach a figure like Sonya honestly. A woman who lived by managing other people's interpretations of her cannot be understood through sources that are themselves free of interpretation. That is not a special failure of her archive. It is part of her historical specificity. Sonya operated through performance, and performance leaves behind witnesses already engaged in acts of reading. The criminal is shaped by those readings while still alive. Later readers inherit the residue. To imagine a pure layer of fact beneath all interpretation may be emotionally comforting. It is methodologically childish. And yet caution must not turn into paralysis. There is a modern temptation when faced with a legendary subject to retreat into a posture of total uncertainty. Everything is myth. Nothing can be known. The woman dissolves into story. This response looks sophisticated and is often merely lazy. Sonya's archive does not permit full possession, but neither does it demand surrender. There are things that can be said with confidence. There was a historical woman. She lived within the Russian imperial world. She became associated with theft, deception, movement, repeated police interest, punishment, and penal decline. She attracted unusual attention as a female criminal figure. She entered broader memory because the crimes and the figure seemed to reveal something about class, social performance, femininity, modernity, and punishment. These are not trifles. They are structure. The trouble comes when structure is mistaken for intimacy. Readers want more. They want the inner Sonya. What she felt when entering a room, whether she delighted in humiliation, whether she feared punishment in advance, whether she believed the roles she played, whether she saw herself as criminal queen or merely as woman surviving through extraordinary fluency. The archive rarely answers such questions in forms stable enough to satisfy. It offers gestures, impressions, overheard motives, later reconstructions, hostile readings, admiring stylizations. It gives us atmosphere where readers want confession. But confession is one of the things archives of crime almost never preserve honestly. They preserve what can be used institutionally, not what might help a future historian make a complete person. This is one reason anecdote must be handled so carefully. Anecdote is where Sonya feels most alive. It gives the room, the gesture, the social texture, the delayed shock, the theatrical economy of her crimes. One sees instantly why later tellers preferred it. Anecdote delivers character through scene. It makes the criminal woman graspable. But anecdote is also the form most vulnerable to improvement. Every retelling sands away awkwardness. Dialogue becomes more apartment, timing becomes cleaner. Symbols fall into place. The jeweler becomes just complacent enough. Sonya becomes just poised enough. The object stolen becomes just perfect enough. The event moves by degrees from lived confusion into narrative design. What remains may still contain a historical core. Yet the historian must never forget that anecdote survives not because it is true in every feature, but because it is memorable in form. The same is true of anecdotes of decline. There is a dangerous comfort in imagining that punishment, especially severe punishment, finally strips away illusion and leaves behind the real person. It is nothing of the kind. It produces another set of conditions, another regime of visibility, another body under stress, another observer eager to interpret what is seen. The Sonya on Sakhalin may seem more stripped down than the Sonya in the bright rooms, but she is still mediated, through prison systems, observers, literary witnesses, punitive expectation, and the public hunger for contrast. The woman in decline is no less vulnerable to being shaped by narrative than the woman in ascent. She is simply shaped by darker desires. This should change how we think about archival truth. Truth here is not the same as total access. It is closer to disciplined proportion. One does not say, "This must be exactly what happened because it has often been said." Nor does one say, "Nothing matters because the sources are imperfect." One asks instead, what kind of source is this? What did it need? What did it flatten? What kind of person did it want Sonya to be? What remains consistent across different source types despite their differing motives? Where do the sources suddenly become too smooth? Where does a detail survive because it is administratively necessary, and where because it is theatrically satisfying? These are not merely technical questions. They are ethical ones. A woman like Sonya has already been used too many times for the historian to permit herself the vanity of another total claim. To write her as fully solved would be one more act of possession. Yet to write her as unrecoverable vapor would also do violence, because it would abandon the real pressures, structures, and surviving traces that make her historically meaningful. The right path lies between these extremes. It accepts incompleteness without surrendering to it. It reads with suspicion but not contempt. It grants uncertainty where uncertainty is warranted. It resists the desire to turn her into either pure legend or pure archival victim. There is dignity in that restraint. Not because restraint is morally prettier, but because it refuses to make Sonya simpler than the world that produced her. She was formed within a system where identity could be formal and performative at once, where class depended on visible cues vulnerable to imitation, where women were overread and underunderstood, where modernity widened the field for both refined crime and refined surveillance, where punishment answered not just offenses but symbolic insult. No single source can hold all of that. But the archive, read properly, can hold enough pressure from each side to show how the life was shaped. This may be the greatest thing the archive can offer: relation rather than possession. It shows Sonya in relation to the empire, to commerce, to service, to class codes, to gender expectation, to policing, to punishment, to memory. It gives not the whole woman in private fullness, but the woman where she mattered to systems and stories. That may sound like a poor substitute for intimacy. In fact, it is where the richest history often lies. Sonya's significance was never merely personal. She mattered because she occupied the fracture lines of her century so vividly. The archive may not deliver her soul. It delivers the world pressing against her and the ways she pressed back. And perhaps that is enough. Enough, at least, to deny both sentimental inflation and punitive flattening. Enough to say that she existed in more than the mode of fantasy. Enough to see that the legend did not emerge from nowhere, even where it later departed from proportion. Enough to understand why some details remain unstable without pretending that instability cancels all historical meaning. Enough to keep the woman from being swallowed entirely by the uses to which later culture put her. There is something fitting in the fact that Sonya's archive remains resistant. A woman who mastered the uncertain line between appearance and recognition has reached us through materials that demand the same caution she once exploited in others. We must ask what is being shown, what is being hidden, who is being reassured, who is being entertained, who is being warned, who is being reduced. The archive recreates, in another register, the conditions of Sonya's life. One must read surfaces carefully, suspect easy coherence, and remain alert to the ways institutions and stories prefer to be believed. What, then, can the archive hold? It can hold the traces of a woman seen through the needs of police, merchants, writers, moralists, and memory. It can hold the marks of institutions trying to make her legible enough to control. It can hold fragments of movement, offense, punishment, and afterlife. It can hold enough to prove that Sonya disturbed, mattered, suffered, and endured in story. What it cannot hold is final possession of her. That final remainder, the part not wholly recoverable, not wholly reducible, not finally tamed by anecdote, file, or later interpretation, is not a failure of history. It is one of the last protections history can offer a woman so repeatedly converted into other people's property. And Sonya, of all people, had already been taken often enough. Chapter 15. The Queen of Thieves. By the time posterity placed the crown upon her, much of the work had already been done. Sonya was no longer merely Sofia Ivanovna Blyavstein, no longer merely a woman who had moved through the Russian Empire with unusual criminal fluency, no longer merely a body that had been punished, transported, diminished, and fixed at the edge of imperial power. She had become a figure large enough to require elevation. The title that attached itself to her, the Queen of Thieves, did not arise because history had suddenly become poetic. It arose because ordinary language was no longer enough for what memory wanted her to be. A thief might be charged, described, hunted, sentenced. A queen belongs to another order. A queen rules symbolically. A queen presides over an imaginative territory. To call Sonya by that title was to admit that she had crossed the border between crime and emblem. This chapter is about what that crown means. Not in the decorative sense alone, though decoration is part of the problem. The phrase is decorative. It glitters. It flatters. It makes her portable. It does what a strong title always does. It compresses a whole unstable life into a single image the mind can grasp at once. But the title also reveals something more serious about the century that produced it and the memory that preserved it. Societies do not casually crown criminals. When they do, even half in fascination and half in warning, they are admitting that a life has become useful at the level of symbol. Sonya was crowned because she had come to dominate a certain field of anxiety and desire. The title performs several kinds of work simultaneously. First, it establishes hierarchy. There were thieves and then there was Sonya. That is what the title insists upon, whether the evidence for such singularity is perfectly stable or not. She is set above the common mass of offenders and placed in a rank of exception. This matters because memory prefers criminal distinction to criminal quantity. Many people steal. Few become the representative of theft in a particular cultural register. Sonya became that representative for a world fascinated by class performance, feminine deception, mobility, luxury, and social embarrassment. Queen names not merely frequency or skill but emblematic supremacy. Second, the title feminizes criminal power without dissolving it. Had Sonya been remembered simply as a great thief, the term might have preserved her competence but lost the specific charge of her womanhood. Had she been called a king's equivalent, the language would have betrayed the very tension that made her so memorable. Queen allows the culture to elevate her while keeping her inside an unmistakably gendered frame. She remains woman and sovereign at once. This is crucial because Sonya's fascination always depended on the fact that she did not become legible by shedding femininity. She weaponized precisely those qualities that the respectable world associated with feminine legitimacy: polish, composure, deference turned sideways, elegance, the right degree of social softness. The crown preserves that contradiction. It says that her power was not masculine power borrowed by a woman. It was female power as the culture feared and fantasized it. Third, the title beautifies danger. That is one of its most seductive and most dishonest features. A queen is more than powerful. A queen is arranged, presented, elevated above ordinary struggle. Her authority appears coherent. Sonya's actual life was nothing of the sort. It was improvisational, pressured, exhausting, full of risks, calculations, bodily strain, misdirection, and eventually reduction under punishment. The title smooths all this into radiance. It gives retrospective polish to the long labor of criminal survival. In doing so, it makes the life easier to admire and easier to carry, but harder to understand proportionately. The crown shines where the archive sweats. This is precisely why it lasted. People do not remember administrative complexity very well. They remember symbols. The phrase Queen of Thieves does in 4 words what no long chapter can do at a glance. It creates the woman as image. She is instantly elevated, instantly dangerous, instantly memorable. One does not need first to know the Russian Empire's commercial geography, the etiquette of luxury, the weakness of class recognition, the role of hotels and railways, the gendered habits of service, or the brutal logic of eastward punishment. The title opens the story before any of these details arrive. It performs in memory something like what Sonya once performed in rooms. It makes the audience receptive before scrutiny begins. That continuity is not accidental. During her criminal life, Sonya appears to have mastered the art of entering under conditions favorable to herself. She let others think they already knew what sort of woman they were receiving. The title does the same in retrospect. It lets readers believe they know the kind of figure they are about to encounter. A queen. Thief. A woman dangerous enough to deserve elevation. A criminal whose style matters as much as her offenses. The title is, in that sense, the final and most durable mask placed over her life. It does not conceal everything, but it conditions perception before facts have had their say. Crowns, however, do not merely elevate. They also fix. This is one of the title's quiet violences. Once Sonya becomes the Queen of Thieves, later readers are tempted to imagine that everything in her life was always leading toward that singular role. Uncertainty disappears into inevitability. The awkward years of becoming, the half-known origins, the long education in class and performance, the daily strain of maintaining roles, the narrowing produced by fame, the attrition of punishment, all of these recede behind the brilliance of the final emblem. The title creates shape where life had far more friction. It turns contingency into destiny. That turn is emotionally satisfying and historically dangerous. The satisfaction comes from clarity. The audience wants greatness, even criminal greatness, to look coherent. A crowned figure suggests command from the beginning, as though the person had always possessed the essence later recognized by the title. Sonya's story resists this if read honestly. Nothing in her life suggests serene criminal sovereignty. What it suggests instead is the slow construction of a tactical self under very specific historical pressures. The Queen, then, is not the true beginning of the story. She is its most polished end product. Memory created her because memory dislikes the messier truth that even the most singular lives are built through repetition, adaptation, and strain. Yet the crown is not merely false. That is why it remains worth taking seriously. It captures something real about Sonya's afterlife. She did come to dominate a certain imaginative field. She did become the figure through whom many later readers and writers understood a particular type of theft. Refined, feminine, socially literate, humiliating to class confidence, and inseparable from the theatricality of modern life. She did stand above the anonymous crowd of offenders in cultural memory. She did acquire the charge of singularity. To reject the title entirely would therefore be as misleading as to accept it uncritically. It is both evidence and distortion. It reveals the scale of her symbolic rise even as it conceals the lived costs of that rise. There is also something bleakly accurate in the monarchy metaphor itself. A queen is isolated. To be crowned is to be lifted away from company as much as above it. Criminal celebrity works similarly. The more Sonya became exceptional in memory, the less she could remain merely one woman among many navigating a perilous life. She had to become the woman of her kind. The title extracts her from context and sets her apart as spectacle. That separation helps legends survive, but it also strips away ordinariness, solidarity, and scale. The Queen cannot be simply tired, frightened, compromised, adaptive, lonely, or overburdened with aliases and risk. She must remain queenly enough for the story to hold. This is another theft performed by memory. It removes the middle textures of personhood and leaves behind symbolic height. Height, of course, makes the later fall more satisfying. This is another reason the crown adheres so well to Sonya. A queen brought low is narratively irresistible. The title retroactively intensifies the pathos of punishment. The woman on Sakhalin is not merely a prisoner. She is a queen in ruin. The contrast becomes sharper, the decline more meaningful, the emotional architecture cleaner. Memory can admire the ascent, consume the brilliance, then reassure itself with the spectacle of reduction. The title therefore does not collapse under punishment. Punishment feeds it. The darker the decline, the brighter the crown appears in retrospect. This is one of the most unsettling features of criminal myth. It can incorporate suffering without surrendering glamour. Indeed, suffering often deepens glamour by adding gravity and melancholy. Sonya's title thus survives because it is flexible enough to hold both triumph and defeat. She is queen in the bright rooms because she commands their social logic. She remains queen in memory because even the empire's harshest answer cannot prevent the public from continuing to think of her as exceptional. The crown is no legal reality. It is a residue of fascination too strong to be dissolved by sentence. The gendered force of that residue should not be overlooked. Male criminal power is often remembered through organization, violence, scale, or command over other men. Sonya's power is remembered through atmosphere, presence, style, and the manipulation of social trust. The word queen suits this not only because it preserves femininity, but because it suggests authority exercised through recognition rather than overt force. A queen rules by being seen and acknowledged. Sonya's criminal power functions similarly. She did not usually shatter rooms through violence. She entered them under the signs of legitimacy and turned those signs into instruments. Her sovereignty, if one allows the metaphor, was therefore theatrical in the deepest sense. It depended on the audience accepting her role long enough for the consequences to follow. This is why the title travels so easily across time. Even readers who know little about the particularities of the Russian imperial world can understand the force of a woman who rules through criminal elegance. Yet that portability is also a danger. It can tempt later audiences to detach Sonya from her context and treat her as a universal archetype. The glamorous female con artist, the irresistible thief, the lady outlaw. Such simplifications erase the empire that made her possible. Its inequalities, its class rituals, its urban growth, its bureaucratic weaknesses, its punitive geography, its gendered expectations, and the anti-Jewish prejudice that would also have shaped how she was seen. To read The Crown responsibly is therefore to return it constantly to the century that forged it. Without that century there is no Queen. There is no Sonya of the hotels without the rise of mobile urban hospitality. There is no Sonya of the jewelers without portable luxury wealth and the rituals of display. There is no Sonya of polished deception without a class system so dependent on visible cues that those cues could be studied and mimicked. There is no Sonya of later pathos without an empire willing to answer through distance, confinement, and attrition. The Crown does not float above history. It is made from it. This is why the title should be read not as conclusion but as clue. It tells us that Sonya mattered beyond the narrow legal meaning of her offenses. It tells us that she entered a symbolic order where the public needed a language of elevation to contain its fascination. It tells us that her crimes touched nerves deeper than property. Nerves of class recognition, gender trust, social performance, and modern urban vulnerability. It tells us that she could not be left at the level of file and sentence because the culture had already begun using her to think about itself. And it tells us that once culture had done so, proportion would always be at risk. If there is a final irony in the title, it is this. A woman who lived by exploiting assumptions is now approached through an assumption of her own. Readers enter believing they understand something essential because the Crown announces exceptionality so seductively. Yet the life behind it remains more unstable, more contingent, more exhausting, and more historically dense than any symbolic queenship can fully convey. Sonya was never secure in the way queenship implies. Her dominion was episodic, improvised, and purchased at enormous personal risk. She ruled, if that is the word, not through settled power but through the ability to occupy fragile openings in a world that had not yet learned how to close itself against her. The Crown makes this look like sovereignty. History shows it more truthfully as precarious mastery. Still, the title remains. Perhaps it must. To discard it would be to deny the force of her afterlife. To keep it without criticism would be to betray the woman beneath it. The only honest response is tension. To let the Crown stand while refusing to forget what it cost, what it simplifies, and what it reveals about the culture that placed it there. Sonya was the Queen of Thieves not because she reigned in any stable or innocent sense, but because she came to rule a particular territory in memory. The territory where class performance, female danger, polished theft, admiration, embarrassment, and punishment all meet. That territory is still hers. Not because she asked for it. Because history, unable to reduce her to an ordinary thief and unwilling to leave her merely a punished woman, chose to crown what it could not otherwise contain. Chapter 16. The Woman and the Legend. In the end, there is no clean way to separate Sonya Goldenhand from what was made of her. That is not because truth has failed, nor because legend has triumphed so completely that history must simply surrender. It is because some lives become visible only at the points where record and imagination have already begun working upon each other. Sonya lived in that difficult zone. She was observed, misread, admired, feared, stylized, punished, and repeatedly repurposed before posterity ever received her. By the time she reached us, she was no longer only a woman whose crimes could be described and placed within a sequence. She was also a figure through whom a century had already started thinking about class, appearance, femininity, modernity, punishment, and the dangerous instability of social trust. This book has followed her through that unstable territory. It began before the criminal title, with a woman whose early life resists full recovery and whose world must be read as carefully as any surviving anecdote. It followed the making of a social instrument, the disciplined self who learned how to wear legitimacy persuasively enough to make the rituals of wealth turn against themselves. It moved through the bright rooms, the repeated openings, the first stories, the burden of being remembered, the hesitating door, the tightening net, the hour at which the empire finally learned enough to answer, the long eastward punishment, the woman on Sakhalin, and the dense afterlife in which she became warning, pleasure, lesson, argument, cultural tool, and crowned criminal symbol. Every stage produced a different Sonya. None existed alone. That is why the last task is not to choose between the woman and the legend, but to understand how they became inseparable. The woman matters because without her there is nothing to explain. A historical life underlies all the embellishment. There was a woman who moved through the Russian Empire with unusual intelligence. There was a woman who learned the codes of class and service well enough to exploit them. There was a woman whose crimes injured not only property but confidence. There was a woman who paid in vigilance, instability, shrinking freedom, and finally punishment. There was a body that traveled east, endured Sakhalin, and forced observers to confront the distance between criminal glamour and penal attrition. Without that woman, no title would have adhered, no archive would have formed, no legend would have survived. The legend matters because without it the woman would not have reached us with this force. Thousands of people pass through criminal records and vanish. Sonya did not vanish because memory found in her something it could not stop using. She was too charged to remain local. She touched too many raw places at once. She exposed the dependence of class on visible signs. She demonstrated that femininity could be made tactical. She belonged to a modernizing world of travel, display, anonymity, and portable wealth that still feels recognizable in its anxieties. She was punished harshly enough to satisfy moral appetite and yet remained vivid enough after punishment to prevent closure from settling completely. The legend therefore preserved her by distorting her. That is one of history's cruelest bargains. Survival often arrives through misproportion. If the woman and the legend cannot be cleanly separated, they can still be distinguished in their pressures. The woman was made of labor, adaptation, observation, risk, strain, and choice under conditions not of her choosing. The legend was made of repetition, narrative appetite, symbolic use, gendered projection, literary sharpening, and the public desire to crown, punish, and keep remembering what it could not comfortably classify. The woman acted in rooms. The legend acts in culture. The woman needed servants, merchants, train stations, hotel corridors, aliases, timing, nerve, and the careful management of the body. The legend needs only an audience still responsive to the idea that order may be costume and costume may become power. Between the two lies the real force of Sonya's story. She reveals first that class is less solid than it pretends. This is perhaps her most enduring historical insult. The worlds she moved through depended on the belief that legitimacy could be recognized at sight. In fabric, speech, posture, entitlement, ease. Sonya did not merely deceive individuals. She demonstrated, through repeated practical action, that these signs could be learned, inhabited, and used by someone to whom the social world would never have willingly granted authentic belonging. That revelation remains disturbing because no stratified society likes to admit how much of its visible order is performance. She reveals, second, that femininity is not a transparent category. The respectable 19th century preferred women to be readable. Daughter, wife, widow, lady, fallen woman, whatever the role, it should explain the person. Sonya unsettled this demand. She used femininity as method rather than destiny. She moved through spaces where the signs of womanly respectability lowered scrutiny, then turned those lowered defenses into advantage. Later memory punished her for this by making her carry all kinds of gendered meanings: seductress, actress, false lady, criminal, enchantress, monster in silk. Yet beneath those distortions remains the central fact that she made feminine performance into tactical literacy. She did not simply break the law. She exposed the lawfulness of gender expectations themselves as vulnerable to manipulation. She reveals, third, that modernity creates its own offenders. Sonya was not an atavistic figure wandering oddly into the 19th century. She belonged to it completely. Her crimes required portable wealth, urban anonymity, temporary hospitality, commercial display, class signals legible to strangers, and bureaucratic systems sophisticated enough to matter yet slow enough to outrun for a time. She was modern because the world she exploited was modern. That is why she still feels alive. Fraud, surface, social reading, the performance of belonging, the circulation of status through environments designed to flatter it. These have not disappeared. Sonya remains intelligible because the conditions she exposed have outlived the empire that punished her. She reveals, fourth, that punishment does not settle meaning. The empire could stop her movement. It could record, sentence, transport, and diminish her. It could place her body under the great weight of distance and routine. But even Sakhalin did not resolve her. It only deepened the story by producing the most painful contrast of all: the legendary woman and the punished body. The public could turn this into moral satisfaction but never quite into peace. Too much remained troubling. The woman on Sakhalin was not a neat correction of the woman in the bright rooms. She was another historical truth laid beside the first, forcing readers to hold glamour and attrition together without either canceling the other. And she reveals, finally, that memory preserves not only what happened, but what a culture needs what happened to signify. This may be the hardest truth in the book. Sonya's afterlife says at least as much about those who remembered her as it does about Sonya herself. She was used to think about female danger, class embarrassment, urban modernity, the weakness of surfaces, the seduction of criminal style, the reassuring severity of punishment, and the discomforting fact that admiration can coexist with condemnation. To study Sonya, therefore, is to study the people who could not stop returning to her. The legend is not noise around the life. It is evidence of the life's pressure on the culture that inherited it. None of this should be mistaken for absolution. A true crime narrative owes the reader clarity on that point. Sonya harmed. Her crimes were not bloodless simply because they were elegant. Confidence theft invades trust, humiliates, impoverishes, and leaves behind more than missing objects. It leaves contamination. It teaches suspicion. It turns ordinary interactions into possible sites of doubt. The style of the crime cannot wash that away. Indeed, style may make the damage more enduring because it makes the story easier to retell and the injury harder to forget. Nor should punishment be mistaken for wisdom. The empire that answered Sonya was not some serene guardian of moral proportion. It was brutal, hierarchical, and often indifferent to human scale. Its answer to her crimes involved not only law but displacement, attrition, and the organized reduction of a person through distance and routine. To recognize that is not to deny her guilt. It is to refuse the childish comfort of imagining that whatever prevails must therefore be just in its methods. Sonya's story gains depth, not confusion, when both truths are held at once. She harmed others and the system that punished her was fully capable of harm in return. This tension is where the final meaning of the book lies. Not in choosing heroine or villain. Not in bowing before the crown or snatching it away. Not in treating the legend as if it were the truth entire, nor in pretending the archive can restore a pure self untouched by interpretation. The most honest conclusion is more difficult and less tidy. Sonya was both more and less than the legend allows. More historically specific, more burdened, more bodily, more contingent, more punished, more mediated, more difficult. Less coherent, less effortlessly magnificent, less fully sovereign, less knowable, less available for simple moral arrangement. She survives precisely because neither side can defeat the other. There remains, too, the partial figure of Sophia beneath everything. Not recoverable in full, not reachable in the sentimental sense, but still there enough to resist total abstraction. There was a young woman once, before the title, learning how power looked from the outside. There was a body learning how to inhabit class signals convincingly enough to borrow their protection. There was a mind discovering that the world rewarded performance so consistently that performance could become weapon. There was a later body learning that punishment could confiscate movement without fully confiscating self-awareness. There was a woman made into story by others until the story nearly replaced her, but not entirely. If there is dignity left to offer her, it lies in refusing that final replacement. To remember Sonya only as Queen of Thieves is to permit memory too much triumph over personhood. To remember her only as punished victim of empire is to erase her formidable agency. To remember her only as clever criminal is to miss the century vibrating around her. The proper memory is harder. It keeps all three in view: the woman, the criminal method, and the cultural afterlife. It accepts that none can be understood without the others. That acceptance may be the book's truest ending. Not an ending of solution but of proportion. Sonya Golden Hand remains because she cannot be flattened without loss. She stands at the intersection of woman and role, archive and anecdote, admiration and judgment, mobility and confinement, elegance and degradation, history and myth. Every attempt to reduce her entirely into one side of that crossing has failed. That failure is not accidental. It is the shape of her endurance. The century that produced her is gone. Its hotels, jewelers, railway worlds, clerks, servants, registers, punishments, and distances belong to history. The structures she exposed have not vanished so completely. People still trust surfaces. Class still performs itself. Institutions still depend on signs of belonging. Women are still overread and misread. Societies still enjoy the criminal who humiliates the secure while insisting on moral distance from that enjoyment. Punishment still struggles to settle what symbolism has already enlarged. This is why Sonya continues to stand at the threshold between past and present. She does not remain because she was the greatest thief in some measurable sense. She remains because she found, within the arrangements of her own century, a way to reveal how fragile those arrangements were. She entered a world built on recognition and showed that recognition could be deceived. The world answered by punishing the body and preserving the insult. That insult still glows. The woman and the legend therefore do not cancel each other. They illuminate each other cruelly. The legend shows how much a culture needed her. The woman shows what the culture cost her. The crimes show what intelligence can do when taught by inequality and given the right stage. The punishment shows what empire does when its stage is mocked too well. The afterlife shows how difficult it is for history to release a woman who has embarrassed so many certainties at once. So Sonya remains. Not safely. Not neatly. Not as heroine, not as mere warning, not as solved case. She remains as disturbance. The door once opened for her because others believed they knew what they were seeing. History still opens for her for almost the same reason. The difference is that now we know better, or should. And knowing better does not make her less compelling. It makes her harder to misuse, harder to simplify, and perhaps at last a little closer to the difficult truth she has always carried. That the world's people trust most are often the world's most easily entered by those who understand how belonging is performed. That was Sonya's gift. That was Sonya's crime. That was Sonya's legend. And that is why she endures. Appendix. Timeline. April 1, 1846. Born as Przemysła Libovna Solomoniak in Pulaski, Warsaw Governorate, Congress Poland, Russian Empire. Later records and later retellings sometimes vary, but 1846 is the strongest date in the surviving documentary tradition. 1850s. Her family reportedly lived for a time in Łomża before returning to the Warsaw area. Later accounts stress the instability of the early record and note that Sonya falsified parts of her own life story. By the 1860s, 1870s, she was active in theft and fraud in major cities of the Russian Empire and in Europe. Sources emphasize her theatrical skill, use of aliases, and talent for social disguise. Multiple marriages/aliases. She was married more than once. The last officially recognized husband in the surviving record is Mikhail Blyavstein, a card sharp. Sources also connect her with multiple surnames and aliases, including Rosenbad, Rubenstein, Szkolnik, and Brenner/Brenner. 1879. As a Romanian subject, she was reportedly expelled from the Russian Empire. 1880. Arrested in Odessa for major fraud. After trial in the Moscow District Court in December 1880, she was sentenced to exile in remote Siberia, with settlement assigned to Lusky, Irkutsk Governorate. Summer 1885. Escaped from exile. After the escape, she committed a new series of major property crimes in provincial Russian cities. Mid-1880s. The best-known anecdotal case attached to her is the Karl von Mell jewelry fraud, in which she reportedly used a psychiatrist's address and social performance to steal diamonds and leave the jeweler disgraced. This episode is central to her legend, though like many Sonya stories it should be handled as a polished narrative built on a likely factual core. After 4 months of freedom, she was caught again in Nizhny Novgorod. 1888. Sent from Odessa by steamer to penal labor on Sakhalin, specifically Alexandrovsk Post/Alexandrovsk. After escape attempts, she was placed in leg irons. Sources state that she attempted to escape the Sakhalin penal system 3 times in total. 1890. Anton Chekhov met her on Sakhalin during his investigation of the penal colony. He described her as a small, thin, graying woman with an aged face in leg irons, a contrast that became one of the most enduring images of her later life. 1898. Released from hard labor and left on settlement in Amon, now Dalnarkensk, in Primorsky Krai. 1899. Went to Khabarovsk, then returned to Sakhalin. In July 1899, she was baptized into Orthodoxy and given the name Maria. May 2, 1902. Died in Alexandrovsk-Sakhalinsky on Sakhalin and was buried there, according to the stronger documentary tradition. Some popular memorial traditions later relocated her memory to Moscow, but the Sakhalin death and burial version is the better supported one. After 1902, her legend expanded through criminal folklore, journalism, film, television, and popular history, and she became fixed in Russian cultural memory as Sonya/Sonka the Golden Hand, often romanticized as a stylish thief who stole from the rich and outwitted authority.